Excuse me, Council. Good morning and welcome to the Committee of the Whole, July the 8th, 2025. It is exactly 8:30 and the chair calls this meeting to order. Mayor McKay, would you kindly read the land acknowledgement?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would like to acknowledge Wolfville is situated in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq, and as such ask that we conduct our business with the 7 sacred teachings in mind: truth, honesty, love, courage, respect, wisdom, and humility.
Thank you. And before I ask for approval of the agenda, there is one slight change. 11, we're adding B and public safety. So that is the only change. So with that change, can I ask somebody to read the approval of the agenda? To
The in-camera.
An in-camera. Number 11, in-camera item, we have contract negotiations A, and then B is now public safety. That's.
It's already there.
Oh, it's already.
Laura updated it.
That was updated this morning, I'm sure. Yeah. So
Laura
yeah.
is 10 steps ahead of us.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, Laura is way ahead of us, but that was not on the original agenda. We just, we're adding that and Laura put it on for us. So, but yes, that would be confusing. So with that, can I have somebody to read the motion to approve the agenda?
I move that the agenda be approved as amended.
Thank you. And can I have a seconder for that?
I can second that.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that is carried. Number 2, we're moving on to declarations of conflict of interest. Do I see any looking around the table? Would anybody like to declare? I see none, so we will move on. With that, move on to approval of the minutes. Committee of the Whole minutes, June 3rd, 2025. Can I have somebody move that?
I can, yep. I would move that the minutes of the June 3rd, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting be approved as circulated and or amended.
Thank you. And can I have a seconder for that?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Are there any errors and omissions?
Well, there is a bit of an omission, but I just want to say this is sort of kind of a technical thing. When the commenters are making their comments, we need to get their address because that's what we're asking them to do. And there's a few that are missing in the minutes, like Elizabeth is missing, for example. Yeah, and I can't remember which one the other one was, but that's just something we should make sure we're asking for.
Usually we do ask for that, but.
Yeah, we do ask for that, but I don't think we consistently put it in the minutes. We'll have to look into whether or not we ought to be putting an actual civic address in the minutes.
Yep, fair enough. Okay, thanks.
All right, and okay, so with that, motion to all those in favor of the minutes? Aye. Opposed, and that is passed. Thank you. Moving on to Committee of the Whole in camera, June the 3rd, 2025. You going ahead, Councillor Palmer?
I would move that the minutes of the June 3rd, 2025 Committee of the Whole in-camera meeting be approved as circulated and or amended.
Thank you. And can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Elliott. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that is carried unanimously. All right, moving right along. Good morning, Dan. We're moving on to the King's Regional Management Organization update. Dan Stovall, the coordinator of that, will update us all. Good morning.
I'll start my candidate. That on? You need, make sure, yeah.
Yep.
Be on now. Oh, yeah. Is that on?
Yep.
Bring it back, please. Mayor and Council, thank you for this opportunity to take 10 minutes of your time, 10 minutes. This is an update, although we send our regular reports in from the advisory committee, which we have a meeting coming up on the 21st. There's some issues I wanted to highlight today for you. Of course, everybody's well aware Nova Scotia Department of Emergency Management is now fully a department under Minister Kim Masland. We have the Emergency Management Act and not yet ratified. There's an Emergency Preparedness in Nova Scotia Guard Act as well. The Department of Emergency Management and its impacts to the region as we unfold is that they are establishing 6 provincially staffed emergency operations centers. The title is still up for discussion across the province. Our region for ourselves, instead of being one whole Western region, will be Kings, Annapolis County, and Digby and Clare. Yet to be confirmed, the Operations Center or Office of Emergency Management at the provincial level will be probably in Kentville or possibly in New Minas, yet to be determined. Great news on the Nova Scotia Guard. I always highlight the Guard because we used to get the calls for Kings Remo, how can I volunteer? And maintaining that volunteer database is a time-intensive and staff-intensive process. Nova Scotia Guard is now up over 2,000 plus, and that was a month ago, so it's probably even more. And it's something that we can tap into as an emergency management organization, support the Cross Kings County to our comfort centers and to everything else by putting a request for assistance in. So a growing awareness of the Nova Scotia Guard is out there, and I constantly update as well to our Kings Remo Facebook account to make sure people are aware. There is a definite trend towards more climate-driven hazards, looking at having the all hazards preparedness plans, of which we do. We've recently had approved our change 4 to our regional emergency management plan. In doing an annual hazard risk vulnerability assessment, we also have hazard contingency plans for specific hazards such as floods, evacuation, wildfire, winter storm. And the first county to do it, we have a heat advisory response system because I'm more concerned at times with the significant loss of life due to extreme heat events than other disasters. And sadly, as we watch about extreme weather events, what was anticipated today didn't happen, but we just have to look sadly to south of the border and what took place in Texas with extreme floods. A lot of things going forward within our preparedness for our initiatives and plans for Kings Remo. As I mentioned, change 4 is out to a regional emergency management plan and reaching out to the community, making sure in community awareness. These are not done in isolation. Having been an ex-military officer, I don't say these are top secret. I always say kingsremo.ca. I have to say our website once a day to get paid. But understand that as a resource is out there. The resources link provides all of the information. Everything's listed alphabetically, nationally, provincially, and regional information for emergency preparedness, your one-stop shop. Our winter storm preparedness plan as well was updated. We recently were able to gain the experience and have an evacuation workshop led by Nova Scotia Department of Emergency Management Training and Exercise Shop. It was a package that they received from FEMA, modified to our needs here in Canada. And it went really well, such that we brought forward our change 2 to our evacuation plan, and that went to our June meeting and will come forward to the July advisory committee for approval. Because plans are living documents. They're not stagnant, they don't sit. We train and exercise, modify them based on real world events, and we make sure that they're updated. One of the first was reached out, my counterpart in Lunenburg reached out to me, and not a matter of not having it on a horizon of doing, but looking at 2 Category 5 hurricanes back to back down in Florida and the debris management plan. And debris management is not just a municipal unit, it's a regional unit, making sure life safety and opening of roads. So we started the process of putting together a debris management plan, working with our debris management collectors. We have Valley Waste in our committee and putting all of this, and the same thing in Lunenburg. They have their waste organization. So we'll be bringing forward that draft plan in September Planning Committee with a target for October Advisory Committee. Moving forward with our standard operating procedures, we do have our comfort center policy. We now have 30 comfort centers across Kings County with more on the way. And now we have a standard operating procedure that's coming forward, as recently approved by the Planning Committee, that outlines the actual process for reimbursements. We provided reimbursements when they were directed to be activated during Dorian in 2019, but now we have a structured format and also a template for them to submit all the receipts that are required. And also looking at our emergency coordination center located in Colebrook, and the activation process for it is something that's coming up. Our emergency coordination center readiness, it's great to see the turnout from staff. We just recently had our hurricane exercise on July 3rd, one of my favorite seasons, hurricane season. It's not just in September, although that's when things make landfall. We do have our season started in the beginning of June and ends at the end of November. And what we're getting right now, this is actually post-tropical depression Chantal off of the US coast. It does actually, the center of the low doesn't make it off of Cape Breton until Friday. These are the leading bands of rain that are coming through right now. But it is an above normal season. 13 to 19 named storms are anticipated. And so we make sure that we're exercise trained, staff are aware because we pull from all 4 municipal units for the staffing of that facility and our agency reps. So it was a very successful exercise, and that's a quarterly program. We have a winter storm one coming up in November. Public education, community engagement, that's my bread and butter. That's where I get the most bang for my buck and most I've learned in this job. And I love every day of being able to get out. I think we've done now approximately 185 presentations across Kings County. And I keep putting on you, and I use the term community of champions, that all of you belonging to different groups and organizations. Yes, it's hard to keep me talking below an hour, but the Kentville Rotary actually had me only down to 20 minutes, so I can tailor the presentation. For some reason, East Dalhousie likes me. I've been there 3 times. So I don't mind repeat, and understanding our community is constantly changing. So be able to get that presentation out and reach out to communities is important. And it's one of the standing items we have on the Planning Committee and Advisory Committee to make sure that people on both committees are aware of the presentations that we've had. Wolfville specific, once again, our vulnerable persons registry, yes, there's always a bit of disappointment that it's not exceeding numbers or growing, but it is growing slowly. The latest signups were from the town of Wolfville, no address or name specific, but it was great to see that people are aware of the program, growing awareness. The envelopes I provided you today, printed material is sometimes the best to get into the hands of people. And all of our programs, I highlight how well they come together. That one of the times I got a call from Berwick that her girlfriend attended a session at the Grafton Community Hall, brought her the brochure on VPR. Could I mail her a registration form? So community outreach, brochures, and VPR are all connected. Partnership opportunities, always working, looking at some of our seniors clubs. I recently was out in Berwick for the Home Care by Angels. Sent the VPR brochures to Family First Medical. For here specifically in Wolfville, working with Acadia, we do have a standing MOU for our alternate emergency coordination center. So working with Acadia in a lot of things, I've reached out to the lifelong learners. I'm now on their calendar to get, and I last presented to them in 2019. So I'm looking to get back into Acadia and working with the students, and maybe even an opportunity to come to a town and gown to highlight the importance of actually students are, they're not students, that's their occupation. They're actually residents of here or around, and making sure they're aware of their requirements to be emergency prepared. As a firefighter, having been to a residence and seeing a student come out with nothing, it's better to have them prepared. And of course, hazards for note here, we're aware of the flooding, wildland urban interface. We have had 5 wildfires here so far in Kings County, with 63 to date in the province. The $25,000 fine is standing. It's no longer a temporary thing, it's a standing fine. And of course, transportation impacts and making sure we have transportation agreements, which we do have in place with Kings Transit. What's ahead this summer and fall are busy with exercises. We just finished the hurricane exercise, have the advisory committee meeting to move forward those issues, the winter storm. Continuous training. I'm certified now through ICS Canada to teach to 400, and I'm continually expanding that. And my counterpart is an alternate, Craig Gibson is the emergency service coordinator, is now working on his skills to be able to become a certified instructor as well. Grants and projects, right now with the Department of Emergency Management, they've actually offered a REMO grant for those REMOs starting off. We're in a place to look at what we may need, and I'm working with the CIOs to actually make use of that grant to have some equipment purchased. Main message to council out of all this, I understand we always submit in the council committee report at the end of the advisory committee, is understanding about emergency preparedness and community resilience. The ultimate responsibility is you as elected officials, and I ask for your support in the VPR, the website, and all those information. If there's ever any questions, my wife hates it when I say this, but my number is 24/7, so they can call anytime. And point out that for those who have not yet had it, we run quarterly basic emergency management courses. Due to lack of uptake on the June course, it was canceled, but usually they're pretty full. And so we have our next course on September 25th. No time for questions. Sorry.
Wow, Dan, that was very impressive. Thank you for all the information, and thank you for all the texts that you've been sending out about all the heat warnings. So my phone's going off. I know exactly what's going on, so that's always good. I'm looking around the table. I'm not sure who had their light on first. Howard or Councillor Elliott.
Shut it down.
There, Councillor.
Thank you. As always, you're amazing. Question that I was asked the other day is, I know there's a fire ban, but somebody has a metal container with a lid.
Mhm.
Are they allowed to have an outdoor fire?
It depends on the municipal bylaws. I mean, there's the provincial things that the municipalities can always overrule what the bylaw, and a restricted burn day means they can, but it depends on what the bylaw says for the town. If they're in the town, aspect or town proper.
Okay. Does the town say anything about that?
That's not a bylaw that I've looked at recently, so we'll have to take a look at that and get back to you. I can say that our bylaw does require those backyard fireplaces to be CSA approved devices, but how it aligns with fire ban, we'll have to look into that and get back to you.
Yeah, because this was metal, so you think, but I wasn't sure what to say, so thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Dan. In your fourth slide, you had the debris management plan. It was clear last summer in July, just a year ago, that debris in one of the streams was responsible for flooding of properties. So when you talk about debris, are you talking about man-made debris? Or are you talking about natural debris or both?
Both basic post-disaster debris. It's not somebody who's just putting out garbage. It's a post-disaster hurricane type debris, flood debris, and all that debris cleanup from a natural disaster that comes through and piles things up or moves things around. Especially a lot of times it will impede our response as first responders of getting around because it can be out in the streets and everything else. And that's priority number one, is getting those routes cleared.
Yeah, maybe I didn't make myself clear. I'm talking about debris before the flood. So it's natural debris that has accumulated and actually causes the bad effects downstream.
It's not in the plan right now, so I can actually look into that and talk with Valley Waste. But any post-event debris, insofar as from an issue of municipal units, the 4 municipal units of Kings County, will be a responsibility in those municipal units to understand whether it's an unsightly or a premise or anything like that.
I think we need to talk offline.
Okay.
Councillor Palmer.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thanks, Dan. I just wonder if you could expand a little bit on provincial guard. I mean, I know it's out there, but I don't know anything about it. Like, can you maybe give you I'll try to keep you down to less than 10 minutes, but.
Another 10 minutes. So it's a 3-tier system, because when there's people who just, can I help out answering the telephones? Can I help shoveling a driveway? Tier 2 is I have my chainsaw skills and everything else. Chain 3 is I'm a medical first responder, depending on, and it's not just the personnel, it's also, hi, I've got 5 snowmobiles, can I sign up for the guard? So the guard is, and it's once you go online to sign up, it's all being managed as a database at the provincial level. But there's different levels of support, and we have pre-templated requests for assistance. Our emergency center, our municipal staff will be busy in the emergency center. But one of the biggest lines to answer is the public hotline. And we could actually ask for 10 Nova Scotia Guard to answer our bank of telephones and be there to answer telephones. We could ask for Guard because all of our comfort centers are staffed by community volunteers. I can get 5 Guard to help out at the Lions Club, whether it's security or just helping out those to relieve the stress if we want to keep them open for longer periods of time. So the guards come out with there's 3 levels that they sign up for. There's all the background checks and everything else that are done through the province.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Because I guess the background checks is important, because I can ask for guards. In the past, our vulnerable persons registry, we've used Valley Search and Rescue and Kings RCMP for some wellness checks. Now I can call out and get 10 Guard to help with some wellness checks in the community because they've gone through the background check, criminal background checks and everything.
I don't see any more questions, so thank you for that. As always, people can follow on Facebook, Kings Remo. I know you're trying to build up followership, and also on Instagram, so have a look. I'm sure you update that regularly, so.
Latest one, Blue Sky, because I got rid of the X account, but Blue Sky is a new growing awareness social media platform.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to Number 5, public input. I want to remind all speakers that the town conducts its business with the 7 sacred teachings in mind: truth, honesty, love, courage, respect, wisdom, and humility. Members of the public participating in public input sessions will conduct themselves in a manner that is respectful to the public, council, and staff. Should this not occur, the chair will advise them to end their questions and/or comments immediately. You have up to 5 minutes to make your comments and provide feedback. Comments are to be directed to the chair. If appropriate, responses to input and/or questions were responded to in a future CEO report. Any questions that relate to personnel, current or potential litigation issues or planning issues for which a public hearing has already occurred, but no decision has been made by council, will not be answered. With that, is there anyone that would like to come up to the podium and with any comments? Please just state your name and your address, please.
David Daniels, 3 Toy Lane. On, I think it was June 17th, I asked the council questions. And I, at this point, have not received answers, and I'd like to know why. And then I'd like to know why the tie tables haven't been updated. The second question concerns Municipal Government Act, Section 15, Subdivision 3, that states the mayor may monitor the administration and government of the municipality. I'd like to know whether that's being done or not. And if it isn't being done, why not? And if it is being done, how is it being done? Thank you. Oh, and I'm sorry, one more question. And I'd like to know when the next CAO report will be published or be online. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Good morning. Mayor McKay, Council, CAO. I guess a little later.
Excuse me, can
Actually,
you just for the record, can you
Yes,
state your name and
Right.
yes?
Willow Avenue, stone's throw from the Information Center, also known as the Booze Cruise Station. No, a little later, you're going to be voting, I think, on making a decision.
Sorry, I don't think you've said your name.
Yeah, say your, sorry.
Sorry?
Can you
I-
please state your name for the record?
Oh.
Yeah.
Franklin Wilmot, I thought I had. Yeah. I guess I'm more nervous than I think I am. A little later, you're going to be voting on it or making a decision on the issue of public participation. There'll be a new policy which will be replacing the existing one. And I'm concerned about the fact that there's a clause, a requirement that will be removed from the proposed one that will not require the mayor to respond to questions or concerns of public participation. I think that's a mistake to remove that from a couple of perspectives. One being the sense of the public needing to have a confidence or a sense of comfort that council is responding directly, that the mayor is in control and knows what's going on. That kind of interaction is very important for the public. We all know the public wants to have confidence in council and have the council be transparent. And removing that particular clause will be removing that comfort and that degree of transparency that the public wants to have. Obviously, in providing answers or responses to public concerns, queries, maybe the mayor wouldn't be fully informed about the particular issue. At that point, during the council meetings, you could defer to other council members or to the CIO to fill in her gap, right? Rather than just saying no and have a stone cold silence and have no response at all. I think that would be really denigrating to the public who have elected you into office and want to hear from you, want to have your input back to us on an immediate basis. The sense of transparency will also disappear if you remove that clause, because it's during the formation of your response that some of the facts about the issue are exposed. And if you're not informed again, it would be very beneficial for the public to be able to see that you defer to others who know more about it, and they can see the degree of transparency in a response. So if you remove that input, that response of the mayor or of council to the questions and concerns of the public, I think you're doing away with that sense of confidence in the council and the sense of transparency that public wants to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would wish to speak, or anyone online? No, no one else. Okay, thank you. So we are moving on to the staff reports. We have RFD 027-2025, active transportation, ICIP funding implementation, and that is Devin.
Good morning. Is this on? Yeah, okay. Good. Okay, so I have a PowerPoint prepared. I think it's pretty close to the staff report. I think there's a bit more detail on the staff report, but I thought this would be an easier way to go through this. This has been a long project. We've been working on this since 2019, 2020, going back to the initial thinking and project development here. So the crux of this is I'm going to take you through a number of changes to our active transportation, investing in Canadian Infrastructure Program funding, just to spell out that acronym. And just some things have changed since we started into this. So we have learned a great deal and gathered far more information, and I'll get into that a bit more since 2019. Obviously, the world changed in a lot of different ways through the pandemic, in some ways impacting how we can deliver these projects. I think the proposed directions will deliver the same or better outcomes at the cost and the budget and the funding that we have. Obviously, with a lot more funding, we can deliver better outcomes, but I think we have to live within the realities of our budget. I think a big sell on this is trying some things and experimenting to see where we should make bigger investments. I've alluded to some cost escalation realities around some of this, and this has been in the headlines recently, which has helped and hindered, I think, at the same time. But there was some debate in HRM around their cost escalation. Obviously, the magnitude of their budget is significantly different. And just to give an example of how different it is, I think they spend annually just on paving the same that we would spend over 10 years in our capital. So vastly different magnitudes, but the realities of getting things built is similar. Some of our infrastructure realities, we have poor surfaces on our streets. Some of the projects we're conceiving of adding things like speed cushions, so new asphalt on top of older asphalt is not necessarily practical right now. We've had a number of staff changes. So I've worked with 3 different directors of engineering on conceiving of and the delivery of this going back a significant amount of time. Seasonality, snow clearing, maintenance, things like street sweeping. I'll get into this a little bit more, but I'm just saying that these are operational essentials. So being more involved in the operation, having different people in the operation now. There's been some really healthy conversation about how we can deliver this and do it on time and on budget. And then just where we are realistically as a community. And I do have a comment in brackets here about our budget and demands, limited funds, but also I'll be curious to hear where council thinks we are as a community in terms of active transportation, uptake, seasonality of infrastructure, where people see this going in maybe the more medium term, so that some of this experimentation, if we move forward with this approach, it can be really effective. And just the last point on this slide is just we have engaged a new consultant. I'm quite hopeful about this relationship, and we do have an active transportation working group. So I haven't convened that group in some time, but I do plan on engaging them again. Just in terms of the funding, this is really broad strokes of this, but we're looking to still spend what we have allocated. And so over a series of years, starting last year, we had this amount, approximately 880,000 in our capital budget. So that's money that we're spending, and that was 1/3 of the overall funding. So 2/3 of that is covered by the provincial and federal government. So significant amount, 2.4 million approximately, totaling about 3.3 million in AT improvements for the town. So this is significant investment for the town. The debate when we first got into this was whether we could afford this at all, whether we could afford this with this type of funding. And certainly, I don't think with the budget pressures we have, we could pull that amount of money just for AT. And so this is a great opportunity, just to underscore that. So we're not just, I include this slide just to show that, staff aren't just making this stuff up. We have been guided by professional advice. So we've worked with Fathom Studios in the early stages, engineering staff, other design professionals there. Design Point is an engineering firm that we work with quite often. They've worked on tender packages, design work, a number of things. And recently we've engaged with Mobicon, because I think they have a bit more experience in this type of delivery. Honestly, there's not a lot of infrastructure in Nova Scotia, like we're talking about. Halifax has just started doing it, and you've seen the mixed reviews on that. So just to give a little bit of background on them, I won't read this. This is in the package. There's a letter from their lead consultant that I've been working with on their approach. I think we'll really benefit from their coaching. And they use that term, coaching places to better implement this and have adoption of these projects. So excited to work with them, and there'll be more to come. Introduction to council from their lead consultant when they're in town. So just to zoom out here, these are all of the streets, sidewalks, and trails in the town. And I have some totals here. In the top left of the slide, you can see the Nature Trust lands as well. So there's significant pieces of infrastructure that we're managing. We're not talking about all of this infrastructure, but I think I didn't show the whole picture in the past. And what we are talking about is this basic grid network that we agreed to going back a number of years, and what contributions this funding would contribute to and what those projects were. So I'm not going to go through all of the projects that we've committed to in the past. I think I would be here for a really long time. I'm just going to go through the changes. And so this is the basic network. Just to summarize it, there was some bi-directional lanes in red. So those are separated lanes in some capacity, either expanded sidewalks or lanes that are bi-directional and separated by bollards or other means. There was traffic calming or shared streets that you can see in green. There was a section of the Harvest Moon Trail that you can see that we actually are going to be paving this summer. And there was some sidewalk work. And so that's really the whole network. Some of the purple colors are smaller connectors going from either Main Street to the Harvest Moon Trail, or there's another one through Reservoir. So this was developed, I think this took us almost 2 years just to get to this network. We had Bicycle Nova Scotia, we had other consultants come in and do work on deciding what sort of the basic network was. There was also, before my time with the town, there was an active transportation plan that we also built on to get to this place. Moving forward and updating this, there's some key changes that we're looking at. The biggest ones are on Main Street and Skyway and Pleasant, changing the scope and scale of the projects to use more seasonal elements, and I'll get into those in more detail. Most of the network is the same. We've looked at adding more traffic calming elements to slow traffic down in residential areas. So those are the green lines, the north-south streets that are primarily residential. Some of them already have traffic calming on them. Earnscliffe is a capital project that when we started this, we hadn't committed to. And at the time, actually, we were going to rebuild Victoria Avenue. And so we're just shifting the funding into where we're actually doing a capital project. We're well advanced on the design of that street now, and it will have new sidewalk and active transportation connection there. So that's a shift. And I'll reiterate these. I just want to show you the big picture. We can come back to this map. And then timely, given the discussion and the activity on the trail this summer, the Harvest Moon Trail, we're moving to shifting some of this funding to upgrading the trail. And I'll speak more to that when we get into it. The yellow circles are areas that I have had people approach me, council has had people approach them. These are just sort of discussions around other areas where either traffic calming or pedestrian safety has been an issue. There's probably others. But I've heard of these ones quite recently. Some of these have new development happening around them or coming online soon. And so there has been some concern raised, and I don't want to diminish those concerns, because I think it is important to address them and have a rationale around what we're doing. Just what we've done thus far. So the Rec Hub is adjacent to this funding. The province funded the Rec Hub, all of the bikes that are there. It's been, from all accounts, I haven't been there that much, but I have experienced a bit. It's been a huge success, I think. And so that is meant to be a part of this active transportation network and getting people moving on bikes. We also, the sidewalk that goes in through the east end is part of this network. We have tendered the Harvest Moon Trail paving, a connection from Highland, and a project to traffic calm Cherry Lane and Kent. We've tendered that twice. So the most recent tender has been more favorable. We are moving forward with paving the Harvest Moon Trail, just working on details with our contractor. So that's, I think this isn't great visibility, but what you're looking at the bottom of this slide is the Harvest Moon Trail from the farmer's market to Harborside. So this is the farmer's market, and this is Harborside. So this is a really busy section of the trail. Some of the trail here is really narrow, but there's also adjacent areas where some people walk, some people feel that they should be on the trail. So I think this will clearly delineate and create a safer environment. And there's also raised crossings at Elm and Harborside. And the other part of this project will be a new crosswalk at Cherry and Kent, and traffic calming on those streets, which is a major route for people to move north-south, particularly on bicycles, to get from the bottom of town to the top of town. So I'm just going to go through the amendments one by one. This shouldn't take too long. You should probably give me a timer too. Yeah, that's good. So this was the original Main Street proposal that's in the funding agreement, which is maybe I should slowly go through some of this. So this is a bi-directional cycling facility. You see this in a lot of urban areas now. If you've been to Montreal, Toronto, Halifax has this type of facility. And this is what we were sort of advised and had adopted to move forward with on Main Street. Since that time, we have done some line painting, claiming more space, and just with some of our operational realities, completely changing the function and flow of the street was presenting other challenges. So you see out there now where we've gone with this, which is a unidirectional lane. It's much easier for people to make turning movements, and they're moving with traffic. This, I think, I've gotten quite a bit of good feedback on this. Obviously, there's been feedback both ways. Within the next, I believe it's next week that they're installing the bollards. So our crew has been trained on installing these bollards, which will be seasonal. And they should create more comfort in those cycling lanes. We have also made the lanes quite a bit wider than they were, which is also a big benefit. Just to go back to this to make sure I've covered everything. This, in a lot of ways, some people would see this as fairly minor change. Some people may see this as a significant change, but this is something that we're recommending. And with line painting already happening in the summer, we've moved to try this for this summer. The biggest issue that I hear about is street sweeping and catch basins. And so those are the two things that we really want to focus in on, which is a very achievable project for the town and a very achievable project for the level of capacity that we have to bring to this. Skyway and Pleasant, this is just a shot of Skyway Drive, just after University Avenue looking to the east. So we were replacing a water distribution line across the top of town, and some of the aspirations around the enhanced sidewalk were putting that water distribution line or the sidewalk on top of that. We've been working with our engineering consultants on that, and there's other projects ahead of that, and there's also some rethinking around whether that project is necessary in the shorter term. And I think we can do this street in a much simpler way, calming traffic, using some of the bollards and other methods that we can use. And we're currently working with Mobicon, our consultant, on bringing a layout that can work back to council to improve comfort. Again, it would be more of a seasonal laydown up here, but given the traffic volume that we have there currently, I think this will be a really suitable solution. This is a working drawing. This is Earnscliffe Avenue. So this is a drawing that we're working on right now with Hatch Engineering, who's supporting us on the rebuild of this street. So these are just some notes, and this is a work in progress, but we are rebuilding the street with water and sewer, all of the underground infrastructure, the surface, curb, gutter, and sidewalk. And so this is a really positive project for this area of town, really needed. And we're suggesting that we contribute to this project through the ISIP funds. I suspect there'll be some discussion on this. This is actually the slide that I showed in the original slide deck when I brought this to council, just the mapping. So what you're looking at is the end of Highland Avenue at the bottom of the slide, and moving people from Highland Avenue to the Harvest Moon Trail. We had a discussion. This was before the senior planner that I have here now was on staff. He's done a lot of great work working with local folks like Councillor Elliott, other folks that have sort of shepherded projects and improvements to the old burying ground. At the time, we had landed in going through Acadia University property, so the middle line that you can see. Given the cost of that, given that it's not on our property, we're suggesting that we can do something that's appropriate, that's not necessarily a fast-moving active transportation lane, but takes funds and reinvests in a space that we own that, from my perspective, is long overdue for reinvestment. And I'm putting a sign, I have a sign here just to suggest that we can put different conditions on this space. We do have meetings upcoming with the provincial heritage folks. So Mark Fredericks is our senior planner. He's been working on this. I think there's more discussion to come, but today we're just looking to see if there's an appetite to explore this in a tasteful manner that obviously maintains the heritage integrity of the site. This is just sort of context from the original application. The yellow line is the downtown Main Street between Elm and the East End Gateway. So there aren't improvements for this funding through that section. But what you're seeing here is sort of this bypass around on the trail and the paved section. And on the far left, you can see the connection from Highland to Harvest Moon Trail that was envisioned at the time. I'm just going to keep moving through and then we could discuss at the end. Is that fair? So the Harvest Moon Trail, on this slide, what you're seeing on the right is the Trails Group and some of their counts moving through time from 2017 to 2024. So significant use, up over 900 users, which is, I assume people were assuming this was going to be a big success when it was put in. This was a bit before I arrived in town. What we're proposing here is to really focus on safety and comfort on this trail. I get a significant amount of feedback about the trail. I use the trail almost daily as well. And there's a lot of different users on a really narrow section, on a poor surface. And now with the popularity of new devices like e-bikes and scooters, there's a lot more speed than we've seen certainly 10 years ago. We do have limited enforcement on the trail. But I think some of the discussion that's been had is around education, signage, setting a speed limit. There are pedestrian level speed radar that can show someone how fast they're going. I don't think a lot of people that are cycling especially really know how fast they're going. I could be wrong, but I assume most of them probably don't. So this is what the proposal here is to improve the width and surface, potentially paving the entire section through town, at a bare minimum, improving the width and surface compaction, because a lot of the loose surface has led to a number of accidents that I know about, and people falling and slipping. These are just some examples from the report. Oh, sorry, some examples of the report around public education and speed. So the middle band of this sign talks about safe speed. 15 to 20 kilometers is typical on a multi-use trail. You can see the trail sign in the middle from another jurisdiction. I think we showed another one in the report from HRM. And then often there is signage around cyclists yielding to pedestrians. So that's on trail speed. Another important issue that we'd like to advocate for through this funding, because we are dealing with the province on this, is looking at reducing speed in residential areas. This is a Vision Zero campaign from Ontario in Mississauga, but this type of Vision Zero is really about how vehicle interactions, is really the premise of these types of programs. So this is just public education that they're using, talking about the probability of fatality with different vehicle speed, 50 to 30 kilometers. So I think this is a really, maybe the most important thing that we could look to advocate for when we're mixing pedestrians and vehicles. I think it's a pretty unfair matchup. We obviously have sidewalk infrastructure. I don't think we're at a place where we can spend, 10 or $15 million on creating multi-use separated pathways everywhere. So on our transition to get there, I think this is a really great tool for us. So I'm curious, council's feedback on advocating to this to the province. It's been done in other places in the province in HRM. I know Yarmouth also has a reduced speed limit. So we've started looking into the realities of that from a process perspective. I think I'm almost finished. The residential traffic calming pieces that we're proposing are a bit more tactile, seasonal, and gives us the ability to both put features in more areas, some areas with poor asphalt, but also to test a few different methods and see what kind of feedback we get. And if you saw the comment from our consultant, they framed it as a really live public consultation that we can be doing around the community and be a little more quick to act on what I personally take as serious concerns when people aren't feeling safe out on the street as a pedestrian. So this is just the map I showed you earlier. Again, the yellow areas are where I have recently heard issues around pedestrian safety. The green areas are north-south streets, which have been in the application. We've added a couple of other ones where if we traffic calm one street, you can be sure that people will go down the next street. And so there's a group of streets in the West End that we've looked at the reality of people just speeding down the next one if we traffic calm one. And I'm just going to conclude very quickly. These are just some of the plans and things that we've been working on that are connected to this work. In that box, we're working on a number of initiatives concurrently that really are focused on mobility choice. We have municipal planning strategy that really speaks to focusing on active transportation. So we've been doing this certainly in my entire time here with the town, really trying to advocate and create real projects. So I think we're really close. This has taken time to get it right. And just as a final note, this is from our Housing Accelerator Fund work. We've got some really nice visualizations around the level of assets that we are managing and some of the investment choices that we do have to make. And this is just a visualization around water, sewer, stormwater, flooding, streets, and just showing some of the projects that are active. But just my concluding thought is just there's a lot of investment that's needed, and we have an opportunity to leverage almost $2.5 million in funding. And I think changing the approach slightly, we can still get there. And I think we can see a lot of benefit to the community. So that is the end. I might just speak quickly to the next step. So I'm really looking to get some agreement on direction before we put a lot more effort into this. And so obviously there's a more detailed budget piece that's needed. There's some layout work, some design work that's needed. This is dying. Oh. It's a subtle cue for me to stop talking. So yeah, I'm just looking for direction. We have to go back to the province and get agreement on these changes. I think we will get that agreement. I would like to move forward with working with our consultant on layouts, bringing another package back to council in the fall, working with our working group and really getting this implemented. I think the way that we're looking to do this, we can do this quite quickly through so next spring and the following spring, we would have these completed by the end of the construction season in 2027. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lake. Open the floor up if there are any questions. I think Councillor Williams, but you went on first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Devon. Couple of minor points. When you put the bollards in, can you make sure that you don't put them next to the catch basins? For the obvious reason that cyclists already have to go around the catch basin, and having a bollard next to it would make it challenging, to say the least. I have another question, can I? You say you're going to plough the trail. I presume that you're only going to plough the trail where it's hard top.
Yes. Yeah, plowing the trail with the surface that it has now would be really detrimental for overall maintenance and cost of continuing to put that surface back down.
And a final question. It's clear that there are some sections of the trail that need more regular grooming. When I say grooming, I mean the grooming of the crusher dust, which flows around quite readily in the rainstorms. And there are gullies also. And it's some time since there was a grooming of that trail.
Thank you. Councillor Promoter?
Thank you. I guess just in conjunction with Councillor Williams' question on the catch basins, is that raising those, is that something that the town's capable of doing, or is that something we'll have to contract out?
It depends. We certainly could do some of them. I don't think we're going to try to take all of those on, given the long list of tasks that our crew is looking at doing. We're looking to package that with some other stormwater management work. So we are steering towards tendering some stormwater specific projects, and that would be part of that.
Because some of them are clearly substantially more dangerous than others. The one that comes immediately to mind is in front of the Anglican Church as you come down. That one is nasty. As you're in a blind hill, that's a really bad spot for cyclists. And then you're going to plow between the Harvest Moon, the paved Harvest Moon Trail. Are you concerned about the weight you're going to put on?
We're taking that into account with the design right now.
And
Councillor Promoter, we're going to go right.
Sure.
We have a lot of people with their lights on. We'll come back after you've asked your two questions. So Councillor Butler?
And actually, it's on the same topic, so not to switch. I have a few questions, but I'll stick to the topic that you're talking about, which is the paved section of the Harvest Moon Trail. So at the moment, it's going to be Elm to Harborside, and I assume that the whole point, besides accessibility, is this going to be sort of a pilot for the remainder of Harvest Moon Trail? Like I put in my notes, paved pilot traffic calming on the Harvest Moon Trail, that section. Like I have some issues with the entirety of Harvest Moon being paved, but that little section, I know it's to create maybe some traffic calming just in that section to try it out to see if that works. Is that, besides accessibility, is that sort of the plan with that? Is to sort of use it as a, okay, those, because I walk the Harvest Moon Trail every single day, and your comment about cyclists don't know what speed they're going, I'd argue that. I think they do, because I shouldn't have to jump out of the way constantly when I'm on the right side. I think that every bike should be fashioned with a bell before it is actually submitted to somebody. None of them are. And I mean jump, like I had to jump into the bushes the other day because I could hear the cyclist, but no bell. And then they went right by me. He was probably in his 70s, and I know he knew how fast he was going. So if this is a pilot for traffic calming between Harborside and Elm, I kind of like that idea before agreeing to paving the entire thing. I think once it's paved, that gives more opportunity for folks to speed as opposed to slowing down. It's a better surface for them to speed. So that was my question, is if it's just sort of a pilot traffic calming thing on that section before it expands to the whole trail.
So the original application didn't, this was the only improvement to the Harvest Moon Trail that we were looking at in the original application. So the approach that we're suggesting is that we would bring back other improvements to the trail. An option will be paving it. Certainly from my perspective, the width and the surface is a big part of the problem. And so the width could really help. It doesn't have to be asphalt, but I think there is an inherent tension there around, like, some of the trail is just barely over 1 meter wide, and people feel obligated to walk in the trail, maybe as they should. And so some of the conflicts, I think, will be mitigated. When you say traffic calming, certainly we will be looking to educate people on how fast they're going.
Okay. But there won't actually be raised on the paved bits. I see, once I hear paved, I think this is now a street. So will there be bumps or
Bumps for the,
like
the,
so that people will slow down? Because they
cycle-
won't read a sign.
I mean,
So-
that's an idea. We could certainly look at that through this busy section.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I have others, but I'll pass it on if anyone has anything about that. Yep, certainly.
Councillor Van Niekerk.
I just wanted to ask about, in the bike lanes, the plan for kind of looking at, beyond just the stormwater drains, creating a issue in the bike lanes, just the amount, the poor road surface, potholes, dips, debris, that kind of thing that exists in the bike lanes as it is today. Like, is there a plan to maintain those better than what is currently there? Certainly when you're coming from east to west into town, it's dangerous riding in that bike lane. The surface is incredibly uneven. When I was on one of the Rec Hub e-bikes for the first time coming in, and you know, at a normal speed, I felt I had to go outside the bike lane into the street in sections. Because I felt unsafe in the bike lane because of the poor road surface.
It is definitely a part of it, and the province does have a milling and paving program for this type of highway, so that's part of what we're trying to engage with them as well. Otherwise, there will be a focused effort to improve the surface along those. I think quite a bit of it is okay. I think there's some really bad sections, but yeah, that's obviously essential.
I had one more question too.
Is it a follow-up question or?
No, it's
No.
about traffic calming.
Okay, I'm going to go around to the other councillors and we'll loop back with everybody's second questions, please. Councillor Elliott.
Yes, thank you. First of all, a comment, I wanted to say that I'm grateful that that the diligence in terms of the old burying ground is going to happen, because I'm really concerned about disrespect there. And my question is around whether there's going to be a sidewalk scheduled to go to the town limits on Main Street at the east end. One of the residents of one of the last properties isn't served by a sidewalk, but she's more concerned about the other side of the road and people coming home, pedestrians from Lightfoot and Wolfville. She's very concerned about safety there. So I don't know if that's even in the schedule or not. Thanks.
We had discussions about a Lightfoot connection, and then it's not in this funding. Certainly council could look at a sidewalk there or elsewhere if that was a priority. We have no plan to build a sidewalk at this point to Lightfoot.
Thank you, Mayor McKay.
I have some questions too, but now I'm not sure where to start because I have a question on each one of those topics. So I'll start with the Harvest Moon Trail and maybe we'll finish. Can we finish that topic and then
Yeah,
maybe
sure.
just I'm not sure. So the Harvest Moon Trail will be paved, and how wide is it, and can it be divided into two? Like one side would be bikes and the other side would be pedestrians. Is it wide enough to do that?
That would probably involve, so for two bikes to pass bi-directionally, you'd sort of need about 2.4 meters. We could have another section. So the downtown section, as we've been looking at it more recently, there's so much space there that if we can direct people to maybe not just step off of like what is the trail, which is kind of like a gully now in some sections, we can create a lot more safety. And whether that is all pavement, I don't know if that's, because then we're getting into maybe 4 meters plus, which to Councillor Butler's point is significant and costly. So at this point, the widths are between 2.5 and 3 meters. That's significantly wider than most of it now. Plus through the library section and a lot of that, what we've talked about is trying to just improve that, what is kind of a mixed bag of kind of muddy old rail track area that could be more appealing to walk on or cycle on.
Okay, so it's going to be 2.5 to 3 meters wide, potentially could be divided into, but it's going to be wider with gravel or other surface so that if a bike went by and I wanted to get out of the way, there's an appropriate place for me to go.
That's what I think is the most cost-effective way to do this, is to try it, because right now I see people not feeling comfortable stepping. There's ruts and there's just not great obvious surface to step off. Some of it is fine. But yeah, I mean, in other places, if you've been to Europe and different places, they do have like really delineated lanes for these things. I think the cost would be significant for us to look at that given the budget we're looking at for this project. So it would have directional arrows and a line down the middle so people stay on the side that they're supposed to be on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask a follow-up question to myself? So the bumps, traffic calming, are they accessible? So if someone was wheeling, are they still
We don't plan on putting
Them there.
speed bumps on the trail. That was the first I've heard of that
Okay.
idea. The traffic calming that we're doing in that corridor is for vehicles. And so we're putting raised crossings at Elm and Harborside.
Right.
And we're finishing the sidewalk around from Railtown up into Front Street where there's kind of a missing sidewalk there.
okay?
Thank you. I just have one question in relation to the Harvest Moon Trail before I do the second pass around. So I'm hearing all of the safety concerns, and so 2.5 to 3 meters in width. What about on the edges? You know, like, will there be a big lip on the edges? Because that's a concern as people are going on. So how will it be sort of more level in that respect? And then as we're moving on in certain directions, there's a lot of, multiflora rosa, different things that need to be cut back, for visuals. So will that be done more frequently or check that out more frequently?
Yeah, so the maintenance that we do with like an articulating arm on a piece of machinery has been criticized in my experience quite a bit. And I do think there could be a really positive volunteer program to do some of the maintenance just on that piece, which could maybe be done with hand tools and a little more carefully done. There is also a place for us to go along with a piece of equipment and do that. Maybe one of you can speak to this better than me, but I know the Trails Association has gone through some changes and there's some struggle there. And so a lot of the corridor all the way to Grand Pre and moving west, I think is struggling with maintenance. The transition off the asphalt is like, yes, we don't want to have a huge lip there. How we finish that, whether that's with some type of gravel, sod, or otherwise, is a cost, is really what we're looking at. And so sod has become quite expensive. I don't know if that's the most appropriate surface there either when there isn't really a lot of grass. There is, but it's in bits and pieces. So we're looking to probably finish that with some type of granular material, and then our crew can go in and help with that transition. I think what we're trying to do here is have our crew come in and clean up some of this and have the contractor go in and do, like, let's just call it the basics. I think that'll be a lot more cost effective for us and our crew. They want to be involved in these projects as well.
Thank you. Before I do another pass, is there any more additional questions on the Harvest Moon Trail before we move on?
Yes, in your report, you suggest that the speed limit on the Harvest Moon Trail wouldn't be operative until 2027. I think that's far too late.
We can put signage up and do education around speed limits on the trail. It's like we have to get some signs. So there'd be some lead time there, and I would want to make sure with our communications folks that that's feasible and timed. But I didn't mean to allude to it not being until 2027. We can do that almost any time if the will of council's there.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go around.
Can I
Oh,
just
sorry,
add to
go
that?
ahead.
I'll just add to that, though. The other point to take away from Devin's presentation is that we can do further education and signage around speed and etiquette and things of that nature, but our ability to enforce speed limits on the Harvest Moon Trail is negligible. So we don't have our compliance crews doing that at this stage. Folks who feel that there's an issue with speed, like an acute issue, like somebody bombs by you and there's an issue that need to be reported, ought to be reporting that to the RCMP if they feel it's to that level, because our ability as the town to enforce speed limits on the Harvest Moon Trail is incredibly limited. So what Director Lake is talking about really is an initiative around education, etiquette, those soft nudges to say, okay, when you're within this area, you need to be attentive to the other users of the trail around you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to do another pass and I'm going to go with Councillor Palmer because I said I would give you, so if that's okay, we'll go Councillor Palmer and then Councillor Butler after that.
Well, let's make a comment and follow up with Councillor Elliott. The sidewalk to Lightfoot's, I get that all the time, and that's something we should put on the county's radar too, because or even Lightfoot's radar, because they're pretty aggressive and friendly, and they own the property. We may be able to take it in behind their property somewhere. I'm just saying that one's, I hear that all the time. That's definitely not a very good thing for a walking community, and that's where people are walking to. I know we don't get any tax money from Lightfoot's, but they are part of our attraction here. As far as the money goes, so I don't know what was 800,000 or 900,000 we spent, and then there's what 3 million that you're asking for them. Is there any chance of getting any more from that program? Because that program was 2019 and inflation is gone like through the roof since then. So there's no chance of getting any more.
No. So Glenn and I, our CAO and I have asked these types of questions on a few different files. These funds are fully subscribed. I can tell you in talking to my colleagues in other municipalities that our implementation of this is going really well compared to other places. But to your question, no. I just on the Lightfoot piece, so a couple things since we were doing this project at the very beginning. So there is a pathway that goes up through Woodman Grove to Lightfoot and Wolfville. Some of you may have walked that. There's also, Mike more recently put in the one off the trail. I know you're all familiar with these, but these are more recent changes that I don't disagree that something along Highway 1 should be there too, but I think a lot of people do know about those other safer walkways.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Butler.
Just to follow up to the CAO's comment about the Harvest Moon Trail and proper etiquette and stuff, and I totally value that. I feel like there's way more entitlement than etiquette on that trail, and paving it is giving folks the more opportunity to break the law than to be nice about it. That's my last comment about that. I do have a question. I have two questions. One about the burial grounds. Maybe I'll do that one because it's just a follow-up. I remember doing Soups and Sides and other events at the farmer's market and how difficult it is with parking and usage of that parking lot for the curling club. How is that being navigated if you're thinking of doing something straight through the old burial ground through that parking lot to connect? It is their parking lot, is it not?
Yeah, so there's a drive lane that goes through their parking lot, which goes from the east to the west. It's just a little circular loop. It's supposed to be one way. There's one-way arrows on it. I think for 300 and some days a year, there's very little happening there. And the idea is to use that. Obviously, we need to have discussions with the curling club. There's snow clearing issues. There's a bunch of small things that we need to work out with them in that parking lot. But I think from a town investment perspective, why we're shining a light on this is we have a price to replace the fence. The fence is really bad. We have a decorative fence that is much more in keeping with the heritage. There used to be a trail through. Mark's done some really great work. Councillor Elliott has also been involved. And so we're just continuing to explore. Maybe that won't be the connection, maybe because of something like the curling club, but I think it's worth looking at.
Yeah, I think it's really great to maybe draw more attention to the historical aspects of that burying ground. I don't want to say I frequent it, but being on the Valley Ghost Walks, I have to stand in that space for sometimes up to an hour, just kind of wandering, and you hear things, and it's nice. It's beautiful, and you do, and you find a lot of stuff in there. It's a great place. It's kind of scary, but it's great. There's a lot of history there. I have another question about the Cherry Kent crosswalk. May I ask that? I think that is great. I think that a new crosswalk at Cherry and Kent is wonderful. Will that mean that the one where the old Nallen's Canteen is being removed? Okay, I have a follow-up. I've had a lot of folks ask about the potential for a crosswalk at Sterling and Whidden. When I go to Sterling a lot. I have some family there, and we're constantly stopping for families with bikes to cross there when there's no crosswalk. They wait there. And I don't know if it's because it's maybe too close to the one at Landmark or how that works. I know it's not part of the active transportation trail, but that's.
I think that might be for further discussion in a crosswalk
Yeah,
sort of
it needs to
policy,
be,
maybe.
but it's
perhaps.
not
Yeah.
part of the act. Like,
Yeah.
there's nowhere to get to the
Yeah.
active transportation corridor from there. It's just a popular spot for folks to.
I think that's
cross.
on a radar somewhere.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken. But that's
Okay.
another conversation.
But the
So-
one at Nallen's will be removed with the Cherry Kent one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, thank you. Councillor Van Niekerk.
I just wanted to ask about the traffic calming plans that you have, I guess, that are highlighted in the yellow circles on that map. Is that kind of identifying the areas where you're going to start with traffic calming, or?
The green lines are part of this funding. The yellow circles, I just highlight these because I'm talking about ISIP funding, but this is a capital budget discussion, just in as many ways. And so when we get into the fall, I would like to bring this back up to see what else council would like to do on top of,
Right.
or in addition to what we're doing here. So I think there's needs in those areas. Some of them already have some elements, but I think if we're doing like a mass purchase, I think it would be worth having some traffic calming, especially seasonally in those areas as well. So what I'm trying to
I was
highlight.
just gonna ask, like, what is the kind of priority list for areas to be traffic calmed? How do we?
So I think we're getting a little bit diverting on where we are. We're on the ISIP, like the changes to the funding on that. So will this be going down a little bit more than we need to talk about right now, Devin?
I mean, I'm happy to speak to it if you want me to. It's
Okay, just to keep in mind that we are talking about the change into the ISIP funding. So I don't want to get into too much other conversation that could be talked about at another time, but you go ahead.
I can just I can quickly speak to the yellow areas versus the green, I guess. So a lot of the green sections are have been identified for many years. This is going back to like 2012, 13, original active transportation plan for the town. And I think everyone would agree there's a lot of people going very quickly down these routes. A lot of them are really straight and there's clear sight lines for folks. And so these are long-standing areas. The other ones I would say are more emergent. I can tell you, and from my position, that I don't see any issue with some level of traffic calming in all of those yellow areas, mostly because I think unequivocally these areas are very busy for different reasons. I'll just use Woodman Grove as an example. We're about to have 74 more units come online over there. So pedestrian activity mixing with vehicles with limited facilities, I think it makes sense. And the other ones, I mean, I can speak to as well. But we do have a traffic calming sort of policy. Some of it is a little more, I would say, common sense in some of these areas. And what we're trying to move to is an approach where we can try methods rather than spend a bunch of staff time out there and at the end of the day cost assessing it, when some of these are very self-evident that there should be some type of method here to calm traffic. And I don't think we've done a lot of traffic calming, so I think we need to try some to see what the community adopts, wants.
Mayor McKay.
Thanks. I'm gonna stick to the ISIP because I too have a whole bunch of things that I think I just need to send to Devin on a sidebar. I'm gonna go back to the Harvest Moon Trail for a second. Can we put up a flashing speed sign that the same we do for cars? Do bikes register speed the same as cars? Or would they? I don't know.
We started looking at that.
Okay.
Yep, I think that's a really good idea on the education side, just making
Yeah.
people realize how fast they're going.
Yeah.
I know that I've seen one,
Okay.
but whether we can get one at a reasonable cost, that is something we're looking at.
Okay. Can I go to the burial ground?
Yes.
Okay.
Not yet.
Not yet. No, didn't think about that. Yeah, not yet, please. No rush. I am unsure about how I've just been raised to not step on people's place of rest. So I'm struggling with the respectfulness of that, but that's maybe my own personal issue. But if I like the idea of educating people and going through it and making it a nice park, that, you know, if you can do that in a respectful way. I'm curious though, why we would go through the park when, if we're painting Highland and saying, okay, we put those two pathways down, we're going to paint those. To go to the Harvest Moon Trail, you would simply say, take a right, cross the street in front of the library pub and go down and hook on. I mean, your active transportation, it's maybe 100 meters more maximum. So I'm curious as to why that would make sense, unless people didn't know and we just said, just do this and go this way. In Kentville, when they did their change and put the path up, you really had to figure out how to get from one part of that trail to the other. And they just made it clear, no, this is the way you go. So I'm like, that's deceiving because that red line looks like you're going to go all the way around. Well, that's not actually true. You're just going to go from there to that street, go down to Elm, go down and hook on. I don't even know if it'd be 100 meters difference. Yeah,
I think
I don't know.
So the red line is just to connect the
Yeah.
node, the two ends of the arrow. That's not meant to be any type of route.
No.
Really, I'm just responding to what we signed up for in the funding application. So we did say that we were going to connect Highland to the Harvest Moon Trail.
Yes.
Whether that was a good idea at the time or not, we can debate that, but it is in the application. So the cost of moving this along the Acadia parking lot of the Festival Theater and down through there is significant. And what I'm saying is we could reallocate those funds into some project in the burying ground that since I've been here, there has been different people that have come forward about investing in the burying ground. I'm trying to put the sign up here, walk your bike, to show that this has to be in a respectful way. I think there's no, like, our staff are incredibly in tune with that, and we're working with heritage professionals, archaeologists. Like, we're going through a significant process to do that. We may come back to you and say this is a bad idea. And I also agree with you that we're not talking about some significant change. We were trying to achieve a level of comfort, which was a very high service level, in my opinion. The bike lane ends at Highland.
Yeah.
And so you're asking people to mix in traffic and make a left turn on Elm on a bicycle. I certainly wouldn't send my kids on that left turn. And so the idea here was, and a lot of what was driving this was getting people to the elementary school. And so I wouldn't think that people would send their kids down Elm. So that was really the test at the time. This is going back a long time. Could they come through? Could they go a different way? Can you still just go through the parking lot? Sure. But really what I'm trying to just focus in on is we're kind of deleting that, as you're suggesting. It's perhaps unnecessary. Looking at an investment in the burying ground, we'll bring that back to you, whether that's a good idea or not. But I think we're going in the direction that you're suggesting, which is people can find their way from that point to that point. And there's 3 ways. There's probably 5 or 6 different ways to get there.
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
Mayor McKay, did you have a follow-up to that? Look like you do.
I have more questions, but I didn't want to take.
You can have one more question, so I'll pass it on to.
My question's with the actual wording of the motion, so we can wait until.
Can
the
it wait?
next-
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
My next question is just, I think it's a follow-up to Councillor Van Niekerk's on the condition of the, like raising the grates for sure and making sure that condition is great. And some of it is to do with the street sweeper, which was on the last, I think just the actual rock and stuff that accumulates on the side of the street is hard to go through, makes it dangerous, it's skittish. So I think that's a great idea as well. And I do like all the calming that's there, but my only last question is if I have a lot of questions on the crosswalks, the calming and those sorts of things that are either in the ISIP or things that we might bring forward. There were some conversations on 3-way stops, 4-way stops, some missing crosswalks in places. Can we just submit those separately, even if they're not part of the ISIP, so that they're on the radar for consideration, either whether you have to change the ISIP again or it's part of our next capital budget? Because I have similar questions to you, but even though they're not part of this.
I think we do have a lot of questions and I'm trying to keep it focused on that, but there are a lot of questions. As you can see, this is really important to council and we want to have the answer. So CAO,
I
can
was going
you?
to suggest, just that if council wants to submit those various questions or issues related to crosswalks, 3-way stops, things of that nature, if you want to submit those to Devon, it's Director Lake, apologies, we can collate that and bring it back in the fall to have in advance of any capital planning for next year.
Yeah.
We can see where those options might lay.
Okay, that's a great idea. So I'm just looking, should we put the motion on the floor? Councillor Butler, you had a question on it, but CAO, should we put the motion on the floor? And then if there's any questions on it, unless there's any other questions from council directly to Devon on that? Okay.
If there's a question around the wording of the motion, I'd suggest if we can get that question just in case that the wording does change. We don't.
So Councillor Butler.
Yeah, it's probably very easy to answer. Just from the wording where it says council will direct staff to work with the province to amend the towns. The funding comes from both the provincial and the federal. So I'm wondering why it's just the province that we're working with to amend it. If there's something specific through the province or just their portion. Kind of confusing that the other level of government was not included in the motion.
I've never interacted with anyone from the federal government on this file. So the province is kind of the gatekeeper from my sort of administrating the fund, and they then deal with the federal government. But I think if you want to add with the province and federal governments. I think that would be fair.
So I think just from an administrative point of view, the contribution agreement that the town has signed is with the province. Yeah, so they receive part of the funding for this envelope from the federal government, but our relationship is with the province.
Okay.
Thank you. So no more questions from council. Councillor Butler, would you like to put that motion on the
I
floor?
totally can. I would move that council directs staff to work, that committee of the whole forward the following motion to council. That's right, for decision. That council directs staff to work with the province to amend the town's ICIP active transportation contribution agreement, approximately 3.3 million total spend to address the topics noted in RFD 027-2025.
Thank you, Councillor Butler, and a seconder. Councillor Williams, thank you. Are there any more questions on that motion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that is carried unanimously.
Thank you, Devin.
So CAO, I'm looking at the next one and wondering if I just should call a quick 10-minute recess, as we might be getting into a little bit longer discussion in the next council proceeding policy.
Sure.
So I'm just going to call a quick 10-minute recess. Thank you. Thank you. And we are back. I am looking at CEO Horn to go over the council proceedings policy RFD 028-2025.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And so right off the top, I just want to say for council, so you've got an RFD in your package. This is not required to be approved today. There's no urgency associated with this this policy approval. So if we need to take some time to go over questions and look at different things, we can take that time and defer to a future meeting for approval. So the town does not currently have a comprehensive proceedings policy. We have a collection of policies that speak to many topics related to the conduct of meetings, but nothing comprehensive in one place. So this new policy strengthens, its intent is to strengthen procedural clarity and transparency and reflect best practice in municipal government. The consolidation of related policies into a single document makes the policy easier to understand and apply for both staff, council, and the chairs of council and various committees that will apply those policies. So what you've got in front of you in terms of the recommendation is a policy that does a number of things. And some of the key improvements include outlining in policy the content of council and committee of the whole agendas, updating procedures for public input and presentations, enhanced guidance for motions, debate, and voting procedures, as well as a number of other things. The policy is based on best practice from around the province, leaning primarily on the proceedings policy from the District of East Hants, and incorporates elements of meeting proceedings that have been in Wolfville's tradition, or some of the items that we've more recently discussed through council orientation and otherwise as to changes that we'd like to see from our current practice. It's been drafted by staff, vetted through the council policy task force. But in both instances, we appreciate that in order for this kind of a policy to work well, there needs to be broad understanding and application by every member of council and committees that are going to be and staff who are going to be, it's going to be applied to. So again, we'll take our time going through this. And whatever questions there are, we'll do our best to address. So the policy's been is in your package. I didn't intend to walk through it section by section as it could be. We've done that at the task force level, and it could be exceptionally dry to do that here at the committee level. But I'll happily try to take and address any questions that council might have, and we may pull in the town clerk as well from time to time.
Thank you, CEO. I'm going to open it to questions, but it is a long policy, and like the task force, we went through it over 2 meetings, so that was over 4 hours. So there could be a lot of questions with people that were not on the committee. So maybe to make it easier when we're going through things, if we can start maybe at the 5.2.1 and go down from there and not jumping around. So if you do have this policy in front of you, it might be helpful to have a look at it as we're going through.
And Laura, can I ask you to put it on the screen as well, please?
Okay, thank you. So yes, so I'm going to open it up to questions. Councillor, I don't know. You tell me.
Mine's very easy.
Are you trying to convince me, Councillor Butler? Councillor Butler, okay.
I as part of the council policy task force, we went through this quite a bit. It's wonderful. Thank you very much for all the hard work. The only comment I have is 5.9.3. I was looking through the list of, I want to say, definitions, and I know we want to try to make it as plain language as possible. If we could expand on what MLA and MP are in 5.9.3, they're not in the list of definitions, whereas like CAO is, MLA and MP, if they could just be branched out to whom they are, that would be great. That's it.
We can make that change.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do appreciate that for the accessible reading. So if there's any other areas on that, can staff just have a look at it so it's easy for accessible reading? And yeah, thank you. Counselor Elliott?
Yes, thanks. Listening to the issue raised by Franklin, who came this morning, I'm concerned about the public perception of transparency not being served by this policy. So I'm pleased that you're not willing or pushing for it to go ahead today necessarily. I know the dry run has been really extensive, but the public wants us to be open and transparent. And I wonder if it would be good to have like an open session with people that are concerned, just to put them at ease. Would that be useful?
Can I? So I have a question on that. Sorry, did I jump in front of you? I don't love the policy the way it is right now. I could go through my notes, but there's a couple of pages of them on here. I think there's some clarity to be had. It's always been a public input policy. It has never been a question and answer policy. I'm not chairing this meeting, the deputy mayor is. So is she to answer those questions as they come up? Because it was alluded that I would answer those questions as the mayor. Well, she's the chair. She would have to answer the questions or defer to anyone else. So and then the question was, one of them was on this policy. Well, I think there needs to be parameters. Deputy mayor isn't going to answer the question on this policy when we haven't discussed it yet. So I think needs to be rules of engagement if we're going to do that. If there are things that are on the website that we can clarify and we can easily answer, okay, maybe that's one that we can do. If it's a topic that's coming up on the agenda, we can't answer that because we haven't discussed it yet because we haven't made a decision. And if they're not questions that are, who decides what's readily, who decides what is fair to answer and what's not? We used to do it as question and answer when we were first on council, and Councilor Elliott might remember this. And the mayor at the time did answer questions. Then we got into, there was debate, I would say. And then the CAO advised us to change that policy. So then it became something different. It was truly public input. And public input is for us to hear what they have to say and take it into consideration. It isn't to answer the questions. I answer emails every single day.
You're great at that.
And I try and really give all of the information to everyone as soon as I'm able to share it, or, can email everyone. And I think I talk to almost everyone a lot and have questions. So maybe too much. But I think there are parameters in which questions could be clarified and maybe not answered, or in ways that we can answer faster and not necessarily wait till the CAO's report. So I think it needs some massaging. What does it look like exactly? I'm not sure, but I'm not thrilled with the way it is now. I'm not like 100% happy, but I think there needs to be parameters in which people can ask questions. We can get back to them. For instance, if the one on the tide tables, I would say it's on the website. So that's one that's, we could have clarified that perhaps. So maybe there are room to massage what those things look like. But we would really need to sit and think about what questions we were all comfortable with answering right away and what ones need a little more.
Granted.
Thoughts.
I just remember before I was on council, there was a lot of conspiracy theory and a lot of social media, and it was extremely negative. This was back when Bob Stebb was mayor. And if there's any way that we could reduce that from the public perception, that would be my aim.
For sure. I'm not sure where the committee, if that wasn't an elaborate discussion at the committee level or not. I'm not on the committee, but do we want to, I'm making an assumption that everyone's on the same page with noddings of heads. Do we want to just leave that one and set it aside and let the committee come back with something that's a little more detailed?
It was discussed at committee level. I can't say that it was discussed in a lot more detail than other pieces, but it was absolutely discussed. Part of the challenge with the public input session when it is used as a question and answer period, which we have a subset of residents who use it, who tend to frequent it as a question and answer period. For the most part, it is used as a public input period. If we look at the usage of that opportunity over the course of, since the beginning of this council term, there's a very small portion of the public that have used it for questions. The vast majority of the public have used it for some form of input. The challenge with the question, with it being used as a question period, the mayor just hit upon many of the challenges. In addition to that, a lot of the questions that we've seen are very much of an operational nature. So whether it be the chair or the mayor, if they're different, that individual would not necessarily be in a position to answer those questions readily, particularly when there's very little warning or sense as to what might be coming up. And as the mayor also stated, when questions come that are of a policy nature that council would have a position on, if they come before council has had an opportunity to express their will, then likewise the mayor or the chair is put in a difficult situation because they are in fact the council's spokesperson and representative on those issues. So those were that was part of the thought process as to why questions wouldn't be answered right away, but rather would be taken back and responded to in a more thorough fashion following the meeting. What we've done with this policy, and I can, as I said before, we can dial it in further. What we've done with this policy is add another step, so to speak, where questions that are of a fairly straightforward nature could be responded to in email or otherwise directly to the person who requested it shortly after the meeting. So that way they wouldn't necessarily have, it might take staff a couple of days or a week to respond to the question, but they wouldn't necessarily have to wait an entire month to receive that response. They could receive it directly to them in a shorter period of time. And then it would also be reflected in the following CAO report so that the entire viewing public could see that answer there. That said, it is a challenging part of the meeting to calibrate exactly right. I would suggest to council, if there are particular concerns with the approach, it can help us at this stage to calibrate it more appropriately, to think of those specific examples so that we can calibrate based on that rather than an abstract notion of we're not accessible. Because as the mayor just alluded to and others know, we are incredibly accessible. That is one, that period in the meeting is one opportunity to provide input. We engage thoroughly on many subjects as they come forward. We communicate regularly. We respond as quickly as we can to emails and questions when they come in through other means. And well over 99% of our questions and answers that come into this to the town come in through another means than committee of the whole public input, which are all responded to. So I would respectfully disagree with the speakers who feel that the changes are done in a non-transparent way. But I nonetheless take the point that we could probably calibrate this a little bit differently to the comfort of council.
So, oh, sorry. Councillor Williams.
I'd like to follow up on that. Franklin made the point that he felt that a response from the CAO was not as, I'm going to use the word good, but I'm struggling to think of the right word, good as a response from the mayor, because the mayor represents the rest of the council and is elected. whereas Glenn, bless his heart, is employed and doesn't necessarily reflect the council. So I'm just wondering whether this would increase your workload even more if all answers actually came directly from you, having had advice from whomever.
May I
Mayor,
respond to that?
would like to comment?
I can assure you that, and everyone who wants to listen, that the CAO and I speak daily. I think the last communication we had was about 10 PM last night over hours. And that was our fourth of the day yesterday. And we meet, the deputy mayor, myself, town clerk, and the CAO meet ad nauseum, maybe sometimes, but once a week for sure, for a minimum of 2 hours. And these are discussed, and we talk about every response and even every email that comes in. We have a process that has gone through your title is so long. Ms. Shaw's office or this, and Laura's office, the CAO's office. And we have a system in place. When it comes in, we make sure it gets answered. We make sure the information is gathered. So sometimes it takes a few days for us to get it back, but we get it, we send it to the appropriate place. It comes back and I respond. And the CAO may be the individual who's gathering that information, but the discussion is had and then it is put in the CAO report. So maybe we need to make the process public, but that is our process. And we have a flow chart just to go with it because we took it seriously at the beginning of this term to make sure that we were taking those questions. We were not giving off the cuff answers, that I was not just saying, referring it to staff and never knowing the answer, that we took a really, because we heard that from us and what we heard when we did the what we heard report. And we took it very seriously to put those systems in place. Granted, the public doesn't know that. Now they do. It is very elaborate and we make sure we try and follow up. And then when things don't come back on the next meeting, I have a list in my follow-up meeting folder that we go through and I'll go, how about this one? How about this one? How about this one? And if they've all been done, I delete them and we go about our way. But it is a workload, but it's one I think we've taken very seriously and I'm happy to continue the workload. Is that?
Yeah, I think the public just need to know that.
Yeah, fair point.
Just before I hit there, the question about that you had about like it's not like a question and answer period. So there are some simple questions. I think CEO, you answered one when somebody came in and asked about the off-leash dog, not to divert to another topic. And you had said, we're discussing this right now. So that wouldn't be poignant to say, this is in the CAO report. So those are the smaller things that I think that the public is wanting to know. Like that's not controversial. We're talking about it. And as Mayor McKay said, she cannot comment on something that somebody just commented on without council speaking on it. So there's sort of parameters, but I feel like we can fine tune it a little bit better. So I'm not sure who is next. I think Councillor Van Niekerk, you're next. So
I don't think that this is a policy issue. I think that I support the policy as it's written. I think it's more of like a transparency issue and how we're communicating it. So, or perception issue of our transparency, right? Like they're perceiving it as like, this is the way they get information. But like you said, you respond to emails every day, all the time, right? So I don't think we need to spend more time trying to finagle the policy, but maybe more time making the public aware of how transparent we are and how they can access us and how they can communicate with us. And it kind of put it hand in hand when the policy comes out to be like, this is why we're making these changes and you will get a response. This is an input session, but if you do have a lot of questions, email or call me or whatever your communication preferences are, right? And just letting them know that. So I just don't think that it's I don't know that we're going to hit the nail on the head by trying to make conditions in a policy that's going to send us down a path that we've already been down, which wasn't working. It's kind of like a slippery slope. And I think that the policy as written is the one that's most clear, makes the most sense, but we just need to be more open about how to communicate with us. So that's my thought on that.
It's more of a sort of a comment based on the last couple of years on council before. We've worked through a lot of communication gaps and this. I want to commend everyone involved in the current forms of communication, that I think you're doing an exceptional job. I feel more informed recently than I have on previous years of council, and I really appreciate that. We had the discussion at the Council Policy Task Force about these. We have to separate ourselves from the public being everyone and the public being just two people, because I think we are thinking and accommodating two people. So we have to think that these policies are for the public as a whole, and are they accessible for the public? Is it for everyone? Or are we just accommodating the two that continue to want to be part of the input and question and answer? That was my comment.
Councillor Palmer?
I guess, Mike, once again, you took my thunder away. There you go. But I do want to make a comment that the Mayor McKay does a very good job of responding to all the emails, which has taken a lot of load off of me, or I feel personally. If somebody wants to phone me up and talk to me or see me on the street, feel free. I mean, I'm pretty open to talk about it, but to be perfectly honest, I'm not responding to a lot of emails because I don't feel I need to. And that has taken a lot of load. In all fairness, I think you've done a good job with it. So I like that. So, and I could be totally off base with what everybody else thinks, but I feel pretty comfortable in how that side of things working. When you send an email, you get a reasonable response in a reasonable amount of time. I think that's really good. The questions that come here are a little bit different because they're kind of off the cuff, and I don't know what the answer is. Like how we could say, like how we could never decide. Can you answer that question? I mean, well, how come you can't? I mean, that's not fair to the chair. So I don't know. I'm leery of that one. I don't know what the right answer is. I'll just leave it at that.
The policy that we are currently working under would see council essentially discuss and debate whether or not to answer the question. Which is why we have proposed, which is why we've taken the approach that we have over the last number of months, which is still, I would suggest, is consistent with policy, and why we've suggested this as an alternative, because to your point, the impracticalities of debating whether or not to respond to a question live are challenging.
Can I ask you a question? So is there, if the policy then, let's say, stays as it is, I don't know, we'll talk about it, but if it stays as it is, as Councilor Benny says, it becomes a slippery slope of what we put in and what we don't. Do we then put an SOP or something on the back of that that says, these are all of the other ways, public input isn't the only way to get us. Here are the other options. There's the website, there's Blooms, there's all of the things that we do. There's our emails, whether it's one of us or all of us, or any of our department heads that answer emails all the time as well. And honestly, I'm out all of the time. So people stop me on the street almost everywhere we go. So, and as Councilor Palmer said, call or whatever else. And then we can put that flow chart perhaps on it too, that say, yes, I might not respond, or any one of us may not respond immediately, but this is what we do. We take this in. We really, I think, take great pride in giving a fulsome answer in a reasonable amount of time from the individuals that are on the ground doing that work. I commend everybody. Lately I've had a number of dealings with Dawson, our manager of public works, and incredibly responsive, goes to people's houses, finds the answer and gives it back. Like, that's exceptional. And it happens in 2 or 3 days. And maybe people just don't know that, as Councillor Williams said. So maybe that's what we need to put in that document, is an SOP at the back of it that says, this is what we're doing. Maybe I'm wrong.
No. I think right church, wrong pew. Am I allowed to use that? Am I allowed to use that expression? Yeah. So I think what we're fundamentally talking about here is something that's in our operations plan around corporate communications and discussing and sharing with council some of the existing practices that we have with as far as corporate communications, and then having that conversation with council around where we can go from here and further fostering that sense of customer and resident services that we all value. What's in this policy, I guess, to make it a little bit more specific, this is a council and committee proceedings policy. One aspect of which is one of the meetings permits a public input session that we have found that's been challenging over the last little bit, that we've tried to adjust its approach through policy. So I think what you're talking about, Mayor, I think we absolutely have those discussions. We absolutely continue to work on that angle, but I would view that as being more of the corporate communications approaches that we've already identified in our operations plan. And our manager of communications and strategic initiatives, Barb, and I have had a number of conversations about bringing that forward to council in the not terribly distant future. This is what we've got here in the proceedings policy, is just one of the many aspects that we have related to communications. So I think we do that. I don't know that it necessarily lives with or in this document. Yeah.
Can I just ask?
Councillor Van Niekerk?
I was just thinking, would it be possible to have something in our agenda in the public input section when we read it, the same way we remind people of the how they should address their input, along the lines of, this potentially isn't the best way for you to get answers to your questions. If you have operational questions, you could email . We remind you that this is a public input intended for more input type statements. If you have specific operational questions, a quicker, faster method to get them is here, and then kind of open it up, like actually build that into the pre-read section, something more concise than what I just said, but you get the gist.
Yeah. I don't think that's a big issue to work a single line along those lines.
But there is two issues, right? There's there's operations, and that's really the big question, right? And if somebody wants an answer, that's a yes or no for the most part, but some research is required for that, and that's really not us. I mean, it may be you, all right, maybe the CAO, all right, but it's not necessarily us, because we're guiding, but we're not running. So that's the whole point, isn't it?
And part of that as well, if I'll just add, is what might be viewed as a simple yes or no question to the public may not actually be a simple yes or no question, is frequently not.
I think that some of the questions posed are about transparency, and this is what we're trying to do right now. And what Councillor Van Niekerk said, that, we have to set the parameters up. But I mean, it's very hard, because you look at specific things, and yes or no is difficult, but it's not difficult to say, oh, you just asked a question and we're discussing it, so you're welcome to stay. Like, that would be weird to not answer that. Do you know what I mean? So would there be something else that I can think of that would just be like a one-off, and how do we address that? Because it would have been weird for you not to say, we're talking about that after, and so how do we address that?
But I don't think that by him saying that really addresses what Franklin's concern was, which was about directly hearing from the mayor, like having Glenn step in and say, or CAO step in and say yes or no quickly. I think his comments was more about kind of a broader voice of council being heard with the public. So I don't know if that's.
Yeah, I guess my point is made because that is a question that he did answer, right? So I mean, like,
Yeah.
how specific are you going to get? So, the person asked the question we kind of looked because we were discussing that on there, so we weren't going to talk about it, but obviously we would want that person to stay and listen because
Yeah.
that's their right. So that was a question that he answered. So I don't know how we avoid that gray area. That's all I'm saying. I'll maybe ask that to Glenn or,
Yeah, the more criteria you put in place, the more gray area you create. At the end of the day, these are live sessions that their purpose is to provide transparency to decision making. That every council meeting and committee of the whole meeting and planning advisory committee, you name it, their purpose is to provide transparency to the decision making of the town, and we're fulfilling that. Whether or not every individual receives an answer to their precise question at precisely the time they ask it, that's not, in my humble opinion, that's not the bar. That's these forums are public forums for debate and discussion among council, and through that debate and discussion, we are transparently transacting the business of the town to the public. This is again, and we can further work this section of the policy and anything else that comes up, but this section of the policy to ensure that we have what we feel is reflective of how we're going to operate that public input session. But I will respectfully disagree with comments that throw shade that we're not transacting in a transparent way. The entire purpose of this meeting is to transact the town's business in a public fashion, which we're doing right now.
yeah, and I think, as we move on to the ops plan, I think that's as transparent as you're going to get. We didn't have one of those before, so a lot of work goes into that. So, Councillor
Just going to make a comment that rather than having you called it an SOP, and I'm not quite sure what that is.
Standard operating procedure.
Okay, don't have it at the back, have it at the front as a preamble to the bylaw, then it becomes much more obvious for people.
Councillor Elliott?
And Mayor too. Just wanted to acknowledge that not only is the mayor really good at responding, but I asked a question first thing this morning about fires, and I heard almost immediately from 2 staff members with emails. So they're on it. The questions get answered, and I appreciate it.
Thank you for that, Councillor Elliott.
Are we moving on to a new topic?
Are we finished on that one, or we have any? Yeah, I know.
Do you want me to wrap up where I think we've landed?
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah. So this section of the policy, we can take this back to the task force for further discussion. That's assuming that the rest of the policy doesn't have other. I expect the rest of the policy will have other feedback as well. So if we find ourselves in a place where this does get approval, we can take this back and anything else and continue to work on it. If we find ourselves in a place where this doesn't get approval, we'll take the similar list back and continue to work on it. Policies are living documents. They're designed to be updated as deemed appropriate. So wherever this discussion lands, we can approve with a list of things to go back and continue to work through, or we can ask for those things to be worked on and delay approval. So in either way, we'll take this public input section back to the task force. And if councillors do have specific examples or specific feedback they'd like to be part of that discussion, I'd suggest they can submit those to Laura, and then we can make sure that that is part of the discussion as well.
Thank you for some of that clarity. Since we're still here, was there anything else that we wanted to talk about? Or anybody had any, Mayor McKay, was there anything else you wanted to add?
Public input?
On public input or a new topic?
Was there another, something on public input that you didn't feel we discussed, or
No, I'm.
you're good with that? Okay. So we've discussed public input unless anybody else has a comment on that. We'll move on from public input. As you heard that CAO said, we can go through some of these, or you can submit them and it can go back to the task force. So I'm looking at you, Mayor McKay. You were not on the task force, and the same with Councillor Williams and Councillor Elliott. Do you have any questions, perhaps that?
I had a brief, well, I hope it's a brief question. If we go to 5.3.32 and 5.3.34, they're almost identical. Are they both necessary? 32 and 34. One has scheduled live streaming and the other one doesn't. Are they both necessary?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's, I'm looking at, I think that's just an edit that we can make. I think they're redundant. I think they are redundant. Yeah. Yeah.
Another question, and it's about land acknowledgement. It says that it's required at all meetings, which actually changes the tradition, as I understand it, that they're only read at council meetings, not at committee meetings. But that comment actually implies that it's also at committee meetings. Is that what you meant?
So yes, so the practice right now, I would suggest is inconsistent.
Right.
So we do read it at each council and committee of the whole meeting. It is also read at equity and anti-racism, PAC, accessibility. Whether it's read at every committee meeting, off the top of my head, probably not every one,
No.
but this policy would have it read at every committee meeting.
Okay.
Sorry, can I just add to the top of there to, about when you say council and committees of council, can we add committee of the whole in there too? Because some people think this is committee of the whole meeting. It's not the same as council meeting, even though they are. Do you know what I mean? So they apply to both. So it was up there. I don't know where it was, but it just says.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you put committee of the whole, like, then it's, I don't know, that's just the.
Council, comma, committee of the whole, or committees of council.
Can I ask a question on this one?
Yes.
This says agreed upon. Doesn't say who is going to agree upon it. Is it each committee gets to make their own, which is the question I asked when I sent it in, and the answer was yes, but I actually take issue with that. I am happy to have one land acknowledgement that is ours as a town corporate, and I would be happy to get input from equity and anti-racism to create one with us. But having 10 seems inappropriate at best. And I'm not sure how everyone feels about that, because every committee serves at the leisure of council. So if it's our land acknowledgement, we should agree upon the land acknowledgement. And we did, I think it's actually maybe that was last term, and figure out what we're comfortable with. And then it gets fed to everyone, and we read that at our, Canada Day celebration, or wherever we deem those appropriate. But having 10 different ones, I don't think that's a good idea. Because agreed upon, what if PAC, I'll say, doesn't agree that they should have one, or doesn't agree, or maybe it's completely not appropriate. What recourse would we have to say, yeah, please don't say that?
So this language was put there because the town has an absence of an approved land acknowledgement at this point in time. We use what's I guess generally agreed upon by council for committee of the whole, and council and PAC uses the same one. And I'll get there. Equity and anti-racism uses, I believe, a slightly different one. So this language, sorry, and I'll take one step back. As part of the equity and anti-racism plan, there's intent around doing a more formal approach to land acknowledgement as well. So this language was left a little purposefully ambiguous to permit that work to take place, and also acknowledging that we don't actually have an approved land acknowledgement at this point.
And I do agree with Mayor McKay on that, because if you think about it, the land acknowledgement is supposed to be really personal, and because we're reading it and so it would be pertinent when a new council comes in to look at the land acknowledgement. Do you want to continue on with that, or is there something else that's more meaningful to you? So I think it is important as Mayor McKay goes out and has to speak it, and many of us have to speak it. I think it needs to represent who we are. Are there any more comments? Moving on, Mayor, I'm looking at you, Mayor McKay.
I have a list, so I'm not really sure. And some of them are just like really small things that I think just need clarity, or because when I read it, they weren't clear. So 522, it says if neither the mayor or deputy mayor are present, it doesn't explicitly say if quorum is met, the remaining members vote. It does on the committee one, but it doesn't on our committee of the whole and council one. So that was just somewhere, if that could be clarified. I think that one was answered fine. Then that was 522. 539, it says that council can hold a meeting if everything is signed. I don't know that we sign anything these days, but if each person has emailed, I think somehow that needs to be put in there, because
539? 539, yeah. This is the provision when,
yeah,
sorry, this is the provision when a meeting is called by request of council versus by the clerk or the mayor. So it refers to written requests signed by a majority of councillors. So that would be traditional language.
Right.
Whereas in practice, we would take, if we received emails from a majority of councillors, that would be accepted in the absence of a signed document. It needs to be in writing.
Signed, you want the signed?
Again, it
Make
needs to be in writing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But signed isn't a word. It's signed is the word. Yeah. So received in writing by
Or
majority
written
of the
request.
councillor.
yeah, written, yeah. I think it's just the word signed.
We could
is
take
very
we could
clear.
take a sign, we could just have written request.
I think you should just keep on
Going.
going. Yeah.
Okay,
And
that's
then
fine. You wanna
if anybody, oh, sorry. Okay.
And councillors have two L's,
Yes.
not one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Mayor McKay, keep on going. And then if
And then
anybody
you
has any
jump in,
questions,
Anthony.
jump in. Okay.
5-3-22, 15 minutes. I think that is excessive. I don't think any of us should be waiting here for 15 minutes for the chair to show up. I think you're all very generous. Maybe I'm not as generous. I thought 5 minutes, if you're 5 minutes late, the deputy or the vice chair steps in,
Yeah.
runs the meeting and we move on. 15 minutes is a lot. That's could be half your meeting. It would have been half our meeting at audit. Right? Would have been all of our meeting at audit. So if everyone agrees, I think 5 minutes, and then the vice chair steps in, you continue on. No. And I think it's respectful of people's time too, because there are a lot of people who volunteer at our meetings that, would.
And I think to that point, hopefully, if you were going to be running late, that you would send us a text and I would say respectively, I'm going to be starting the meeting without the chair.
Yeah.
And probably some of that is kind of feeling like what the consensus of everybody at the meeting is. If we know you have something important, if you're the chair, you have something important to add, we'll wait for you if that's the case. But it's going to be the chair or the deputy chair's call.
Yeah. Yeah. that's okay. There were some that I just honestly couldn't wrap my head around. I said 5/3/23, yes, as long as there's quorum. Is this Cowan? I think that was the same as, what's 5/3/23?
The member designated.
Oh, yeah. I think I was curious, it doesn't specify what meeting, but it's committee of the whole, council, and committees.
That's right.
Right. So, yeah, it just wasn't clear that that is a rule for all of them, but maybe that's implicit in, because it's the committee for all of them. Okay.
Unless it states otherwise.
It is.
It's for all of them.
That's fair. Okay. 5/3/30. Okay, I think I understand that now. So unless there is a bylaw, we govern by resolution or motion. I think the word resolution is probably just throwing me off.
Right. This gets into the hierarchy of council decision making.
Right.
So bylaws, the strongest, so to speak, policy, second strongest, and then resolution can be those kind of one-offs that don't really set in motion, or try to influence all in future decisions of council. They're the more or less the lowest on that hierarchy. But yeah, resolution can be synonymous with motion. Yeah.
Okay.
Excuse me just for a second.
Yeah,
Councillor Williams, did you have something you wanted to jump in?
Not on
or-
that topic, but on a later one.
Okay. If you would just want to turn your light off and then turn it back on, and then I'll know. Thank you.
When we got to 5/4 and we're talking about the agenda, 5/4/4, because we don't ask for additions to the agenda. Like, it isn't, our agenda is set. I think, agreed that we wouldn't add things on the fly or put those on, because we would be coming ill prepared. So I'm curious, how does that happen? So you have to suspend the rules, okay. So we have to make a motion. But how do you do that in the middle of approving an agenda? Because we've never done that. So I'm sorry. Business?
Yeah. But
Okay,
are you
yeah.
referring to 5/4/4?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's we wouldn't transact our business out of order
Okay.
it's in the agenda unless otherwise decided by the committee.
right. So go to 7. I think that 5/4/7.
5/4/7.
Sorry.
Yeah, so in this instance, as in what we did today, where we added the public safety item to the agenda, that would permit that. But I see what you're talking about is it could open the door to council members coming in and requesting that.
Correct. Be something added to the agenda.
Yeah.
But that's not the policy of.
That's not what our practice has been.
That's not what our practice has been. So that's why I was curious about this. And so we haven't said, are there any additions to the agenda?
There's no option.
Right, I don't know how you would put that into practice. So should it be there at all, or is it? I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. I guess that's why I have the question. Take that one, maybe take that back for discussion.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I went to 5/6/5. Actually moved along a little bit. It's the committee of the whole will refer presentations to staff or report if they involve in expenditure of funds grant up. Maybe that should be shall or will always. We have gotten into situations, I think, in the past where things have been presented and we've just voted on it, which didn't always work out exactly, like we didn't have the full picture. If you don't have just because someone comes in and asks for funds, without a staff report, we would just be simply going on a request.
Yeah.
So it says will, should it say shall, or will always? You can kick that. It's
We
wording change.
can, yeah, we can change that to shall to be
Does
more
that make
consistent
sense?
with, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Um. da-da-da-dum. What was, that was 565, yeah, okay. I think a lot of the other ones were on public input, so I think the only ones. Maybe Howard can go, I'm trying to find my next one.
Howard,
Yes,
did you have something you wanted?
Yeah, 510. There's an inconsistency between two parts of 510. So with my pedant hat on, if you look at subsection 2, it says that there are 3 standard meeting options. But if you go to 510(4), it says there are 4 standard meeting options. Why is there a difference?
We deleted one of the 4 standard meeting options in the subsection above and didn't catch the one below. Yeah. Yeah, that's the answer to that.
They were all the meetings.
Yeah, they were long.
Editing.
On a Friday afternoon, yes. Mayor McKay?
So, and further to that one, because the word standard, should that be in your definitions as well?
Yes.
Because standard, I actually asked what standard was, because they're reoccurring, like the same.
There is a definition of standard in Robert's rules, so we will add it to the definitions above.
Okay, that's good. There are some that I think they weren't, the accessibility of this is also like, I understand it's Robert's rules, but some of the
Yeah.
ones were really wordy and you couldn't really, you had to read it like 10 times to get the gist. So the only other thing I think that really, because I got a lot of answers again, quite late last night from the CO and town clerk, were on accessibility. We say that this will be, anyone who has a need will be able to ask for an accommodation. And I'm curious how people do that. Because this isn't completely accessible. I don't think we have a sign that says, if you have a need, can you come and ask? I mean, I think we're all welcoming, but at the same time, if you're new to our space, how do we put that into practice? And I'm not saying we have to answer that now, but maybe that is something that accessibility could answer for us on how, if you needed something, if someone needed something, what would that look like and how would they ask? Because it's not.
I think that's a fantastic suggestion to refer that question to the accessibility committee. I can tell you what our intention was, because I agree with you around the accessibility of the language in a proceedings policy when it is heavy on Robert's rules becomes questionable very quickly. Our intention was to craft a bit of a cheat sheet, for lack of a better term, that would be available not only to members of council and committee to highlight and make in plain language the most common questions and motions that one would call upon, 95% of the time, make that quite accessible. That was our intended approach, but I think that's a fantastic suggestion. I'd be very interested to hear what the accessibility committee would suggest on that.
Yeah, and I think it's really important for the plain language, like the acronyms, that we've heard that over and over again on accessibility. What are those? So to be mindful to not put those in there, or to put them in at the top to say, like, even CO, that's what we call it, but does everybody know SOP? All those things. So be mindful of the plain language and the acronyms that we do use. Mayor McKay?
The only ones I have left are on the presentations to council proceeding policy. 421. We don't have any timelines on these
See, 421.
presentations to council. It's on the presentation one.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, I jumped. We already did the public info one, so yeah, she's got it.
That's usually the way.
Yeah. So I think it was all around the timing of them. So it says, you can come in and ask for a funding one. Well, those, I think we're setting an expectation for people if we can say you can come in and ask for funding in March, when we actually won't talk about that until November. So, yeah, the questions were 4.2.1, it's can those be done anytime? And 4.22, can they be done throughout the year, or can they be anytime? Like, we just don't have any timelines or set any expectations for people. And then we tell people they can submit a presentation 14 days in advance. Then I would expect that they expect to be on the next agenda, which is not always the case because it might be full. I think it needs to be said, you can submit it 14 days in advance, and then you will be slotted in the next available slot, which could be, well, just don't say anything, I guess. The town clerk will decide on the next meeting date that they would be there. I think it's just about managing expectations, that people can't just, happy to see all the presentations, but if we give them when's the most appropriate time for them to come, if it's a budget topic or,
We can take that whole section back. There are other redundancies, I'll say, that are in that section as well. There's distinctions made between types of presentations, which is unnecessary. So we can take that section back and work it through a little bit more.
I think just need some details.
Yeah. Very quickly.
Are there any more comments? No? So I'm sort of getting, there was a lot of feedback on that. There is a motion, but as CEO Horn said, we do not have to put that on the floor. We can have it come back and then come back another time. What does council feel that we should be doing? I personally feel there's a lot of things. I wouldn't be comfortable passing anything without seeing it again. That's my personal preference, but I would just like to get, yeah. So the consensus is we're not going to put the motion on the floor. We'll have staff bring it back. Do you have enough information, Glenn and Laura?
I think we do. Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
and again, this is not an urgent matter. It's an
Okay.
important one. So we'll take the time and get it right. But if we leave this meeting as, again, if there are specific, at this stage, if you have a question or a concern or a scenario that you're having difficulty reconciling, what I would suggest is you provide the specific scenario or the specific context to Laura when raising that question. So that way we can get to the specific issue. We're at that stage where we need to just really tighten up on the final draft here.
Okay. So is everyone clear on that? I just want to thank everybody for their thoughtful discussion and as this policy umbrellas a lot of other ones. So it's important that we get fulsome feedback on that. So we're good. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Is it possible to make the next task force meeting open to all of council for anyone that wanted to come to it to join in on the discussion? Or does it just need to be the specific task force people? Like, wouldn't we benefit from having everybody discuss public input in more detail in a devoted time session?
Well, we can all attend any meetings we want. We just can't give input onto anyone's, otherwise then it becomes a committee of the whole or a council meeting. So,
Right.
so we can attend and just listen.
Yeah.
But
Otherwise, just as we're doing here, we're transacting the business of the town and committee of the
Right.
whole once it gets to that stage. So folks can attend, just as the mayor said, folks can attend the task force. They wouldn't be able to participate.
Okay, thank you for that. So no more questions. There's no motion on the floor. Thank you, staff and council. So we will move on to the next item on the agenda. Let's see here. Which is RFD 022-2025, appointment of Code of Conduct Investigator, CEO Horn.
And just before we get to that, I do want to acknowledge our town clerk, Laura, for all of her work on that policy. With all of it's a lengthy one. It amends or repeals multiple others. And so she's been keeping the trains on the track and keeping track of everything all through that. So thank you very much for that. Related to RFD 02-2000, I feel like that might be the wrong number. Related to the RFD on the appointment of a conflict of code of conduct investigator. In December 24, the Code of Conduct for Municipal Elected Officials regulations were passed by the province and adopted by each municipal unit. These regulations stipulate that an investigator must be appointed by the municipality to receive and investigate complaints related to a breach of the code. The Association of Municipal Administrators, Nova Scotia, referred to as AMANS, undertook a request for qualifications process to assist all municipalities in soliciting and evaluating appropriate qualified investigators. A list of 10 qualified organizations was circulated to municipal units to assist them in selecting appropriate organizations to carry out the process as detailed in legislation. The responsibility falls to each unit to appoint an appropriate investigator. Municipal units can follow their own procurement process to invite submissions as well. While considering internal conflicts of interest, 3 of 10 on that list from AMANs were invited by the town to participate in a request for quotations process in accordance with our procurement policy. One other qualified organization not on that list was invited to submit a quote as well, which is also consistent with our procurement policy. All 4 submitted. Each submission was reviewed for their understanding of the role, their experience in similar practices, for their price point, and their response time. And after internal discussion, we arrived on a recommendation that you have in your RFD of KBRS, specifically Joanne Brown at KBRS, to be appointed as the town investigator for alleged code of conduct for municipal elected official violations. I'd be happy to take any questions that council has.
Okay, thank you, CA Horn. I will open the floor up to any questions. Councillor Palmer.
Well, I just want to be clear because we're saying 3 of 10 were on the AMANs list. Was what is her name? Joanne Brown. Was she on the AMANs list?
She was not on the AMANs list.
So she's the one that's not.
She's the one that's not. I can share with council as well the other firms that quotes were requested from. Stuart McKelvey, BDO, and MC Advisory were also requested. Quotes were also requested from them.
It's always about the money, isn't it? So why am I always that guy? So was there a big spread in the response?
No, there was very, very little spread in the response in terms of cost. Joanne was on the lower end of it, but there was a very limited spread.
And do we know if anybody of the other municipalities are using her, or were the only one, or is she in the business, or what?
She is in the business, so to speak, of investigating code of conflict. Sorry, yeah, code of conduct investigations. I'm not familiar off the top of my head, Laura. I don't know if you can speak to that as to the other municipalities that are using KBRS. It's not something that we're necessarily evaluating.
I have a quick question. Since the motion states one person from KBRS, Joanne Brown, what happens if she is if there's a conflict of interest there? What do we do?
So we have also appointed her, we've also recommended her based on the expectation that it would be unlikely she would have a conflict of interest. However, if we did end up with a conflict with her, we'd have to look to another firm, which is not being appointed in the absence of, at this stage, isn't being appointed.
So is it typical to just appoint one?
It is.
Okay. Mayor McKay.
Thank you. My understanding from the list from AMANs is, and the credentials that one would use to do this type of investigation are typically of HR experts. And I think the list had a great number of HR experts on their list, which KBRS is, and Joanne is well, I know we've used her for strategic planning and other things in the past. So she is a seasoned professional in her field. Correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Looking around, are there any more questions of council? All right, would somebody like to put the motion on the floor?
I would move that committee of the whole forward the following motion to council for decision. The council directs staff to enter into a standing offer agreement with Joanne Brown and KBRS to be the town investigator for alleged code of conduct for municipal elected officials violations.
Thank you. And do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Williams, thank you. Are there any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. So we are moving on, okay, to RFD 029-2025 uranium exploration in Annapolis and Hants County. CAO, are you back on?
I'll give a brief preamble to this. So this RFD is being provided to town council so that it may consider its position on the recent lifting of the provincial government's ban on uranium exploration and mining, and recent interest in exploring uranium deposits in nearby Annapolis and Hants counties. This issue has generated public interest. The memo is in front of you and the draft motion is in front of you to facilitate council's discussion and potential interest of taking a position on this matter. The town of Wolfville has no authority over uranium activities, which fall under provincial and federal jurisdiction. This information is provided in the RFD to assist council as it considers whether or not to take a formal position, and the draft resolution is also provided for council's consideration. So we will answer whatever question we can with the further acknowledgement that staff at the town of Wolfville are not experts in uranium exploration, but we've provided as much information as we can based on what's publicly available. And if council would like to consider this resolution or something else, or not consider resolution at all of those options are in front of you.
All right. Do we have any questions or is there discussion?
I just have a question about a particular word in the motion, which is anxiety. I'm wondering if that word can be just removed and it just be opposition towards. In the whereas residents of Wolfville have expressed to council anxiety and opposition toward uranium exploration. If it can just be taken right down to opposition. I can something other. I find that anxiety is sort of more mental, like it's not an everyone term. Like I feel there's a blanket of opposition. I feel there's not a blanket of anxiety. Like I find anxiety it stuck out to me that yes, there probably is emotions and feelings, but anxiety itself is sort of a diagnosed type of ailment. And I just feel that if it was just switched to concern, I'm good with concern. Yeah, concern and opposition is fine.
What does people feel about that?
Sure.
Before we get the motion on the floor, we still have discussion, so concern. All right, anybody have any opposition to that? No. Councillor Van Niekerk has left the discussion right now, just for your information. Councillor Palmer or Councillor Elliott?
Well, I think mine's a mechanical one. It's okay. Is that all right?
Yeah.
The last sentence that says mining at each of the proposed sites in Kings and Hants counties. I think that should be scratched and it should be in Nova Scotia. I don't think it's really, because there's more,
John.
there's River John, there's all kinds of them around. So if we're gonna look, it should be everywhere. Or if we're gonna ask for a study, it should be, anyways, it's a little backyardish to say only Kings and Hants.
That's okay by consensus? Yeah. We did,
Thank you.
just so you know, Kelly, we did another consensus when you had just left briefly about changing a word from anxiety to concern. Yeah, just so you know, but Councillor Van Niekerk is back for the rest of the discussion. Councillor Elliott.
I think this is very wisely constructed and hits a lot of important points. I especially like the call for an independent study for any going forward, because I guess because of a certain MLA last week calling on a property owner and requesting that the province do the study. I think an independent one is the only way. So I'm sure a lot of work went into this, and it lands us in a spot of showing concern, which is really all we can do. So thank you.
Are there any more comments from council or question?
I'd like to put the motion on the floor, if I may.
Thank you.
I would move that committee of the whole forward the following resolution to council for decision. Whereas in a letter dated February 11th, 2025, Minister of Municipal Affairs, the Honorable John Lohr, asked the province mayors and wardens to signal their general support for resource development and stated that steps toward resource development needed to be taken carefully and in consultation with communities. Whereas the province of Nova Scotia repealed its 45-year ban on uranium exploration and mining on March 26, 2025, with limited public consultation. Whereas the town of Wolfville was declared a nuclear-free zone in 1985, reflecting our community's long-standing commitment to nuclear-free policies. Whereas residents of Wolfville have expressed to town council concern and opposition toward uranium exploration in the local area and the implication on the region's potable water, environment, public health, and tourism and agricultural economies are largely unknown. Be it resolved that the town of Wolfville requests the provincial government engage with municipalities, First Nations, and communities so they may become more informed on potential risks and benefits of uranium exploration and provide input. Engage an independent study of the environmental and public health effects of uranium exploration and mining at all proposed sites in Nova Scotia, including the potential effects on private and public water supplies.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Councillor Butner, second that. Are there any questions on the motion?
I don't have a question on the motion, and I was not quick enough to make a comment. The word independent is interesting because as a retired government scientist, I would consider myself independent when I was working for various councils and for governments. So that word independent to me just means that it could be the province doing it, not someone in the mining industry that is no more independent than the government.
So that word was in the motion. So are we comfortable leaving it?
I think it's good because at least it sets the bar higher than the province has been willing to demonstrate. Somebody has to figure out what exactly independent means. That discussion in itself is worth having.
And the intention behind the use of the word independent is not mining industry and not government.
So the motion is on the floor and it is seconded. So I will call the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? And that is carried unanimously. Okay. We have an information report, 017-2025 on the operations plan, quarterly report. CEO.
So the ops plan was approved on April 1st, 2025 and commits to reporting on progress via monthly CAO reports at Committee of the Whole, as well as through various initiative-specific RFDs and IRs, many of which you folks have received since then. Finally, a more detailed update was committed to twice a year. This is the first update. Another will be provided by the December Committee of the Whole. And then finally, a transition from the 2025 to the 2026 to 25-26 ops plan to the 26-27 ops plan will also come as we get into budget deliberations and preparation for next year's plan. So we have now completed 3 of 12 months in the current ops plan, about 25% of the year. The ops plan consists of 58 operational initiatives and 28 capital initiatives. And so over the course of the last quarter of the year, 80% of the initiatives are in progress or ongoing. 8% are now complete and 11% have yet to start. I've noted a number of items to bring to council's attention that are a little bit more explanatory for our progress. Two of the big ones that I think are worth speaking to directly is there's a significant body of work, the everyday work, the call out of the blue work, the immediate core service work that we do every single day that's not completely captured in the ops plan that is unavoidable. And so when those pieces come up and they create conflict for time in terms of addressing those core issues versus a more project-based project in the ops plan, we have to refer to our core service delivery. The other piece that was unexpected when we were unexpected to a degree and not fully appreciated to another degree when we were approving the ops plan is how much the various staffing changes that have occurred, almost all of which were unplanned, would affect our ability to deliver on the operations plan. So we're still in process on a number of key staff positions. A number have been filled, and as well with the filling of those positions, there comes orientation for those individuals to get up to speed on those subject areas. As well, through the jigs and the reels, we've also reassigned some responsibilities. So it takes a little bit of time for those staff members to come up to speed on their new areas of responsibility as well. All in all, I think we can all be. I'm certainly very proud of what staff have accomplished so far. Again, we're only about 25% through the year, and we've already hit a number of significant objectives, and we're well out of the gate on many others. But if there's any specific questions on whether it be trends or projects where they stand that's not covered in the IR, happy to try to address them.
Thank you, CEO. Councillor Ben.
I have a question just because it comes up a lot talking to residents about the condition of our roads. And in the budget, we have $200,000 allocated to asphalt, maintenance, paving and patching. And, just coming out of the winter, seeing all the potholes in the road. I know some patching has been done in some places, but like Main Street continues to have lots of unpatched holes. Gasbro Ave, we all know all the holes. So I was just curious as to where we are in spend against that $200,000 at this time in the year. And is that too low, too high, that kind of thing?
I'll throw that over to Director Lake.
Yeah. The last part of your question, I think we could spend a lot more than that. But that's what the budget is. So what we're steering towards is a bigger paving job on Grandview and Hillside. And we have a bunch of significant patches, bigger patches that our crew can't do, that we're also looking to have tendered. So we're steering towards the contractor actually executing those now.
So would that come out of that 200,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So would you say that that's mostly just eaten up in those projects alone, or?
Yeah, so we're kind of working backwards from that budget amount, and at this we're still finalizing an estimate, but once we have that finalized, there might be a bit left over and that could go to another project, but we're thinking that that will take most of that budget.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Palmer?
Where's this gonna be posted? Where can the public find it?
The town operations plan is available on the website. Specifically where on the website, I'd have to look to Barb to tell me, but it is posted on the website. We've also got paper documents here at Town Hall for when they come by. So there's a stack of them just out on the table. But the primary spot would be the website. We recently did a day at the market. I shouldn't say recently, it feels recent, but I think it was like,
Oh, yeah.
I think it was like a month and a half ago. And we also had a QR code done up so that people could quickly scan and be taken right to the ops plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Not to put more work, this was a lot of work and I really appreciate the transparency. Like if you want to talk about transparency, here it is. This is what's going on. And the fact that you're reporting to us this is the first of 4 of them. Will the updates also be on the website or like?
So the updates are currently, like they're live in the agenda package.
Okay, yes.
We can look at what our options are for keeping those updates and the ops plan itself together.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Butler?
I have a question. Thank you very much for this. I love reading stuff like this. I like the progress reports and stuff. The grants to organizations section of the ops plan, are those applications public or available to us to review for those strategic partners, community partners, those that are applying? Are those made public or available to us to review?
They are not. Those are reviewed at the staff level, so we don't make those public.
Okay. If we had any questions pertaining to any of the strategic partners or community partners.
You can send them to through to Nick,
To Nick, okay.
and we can try to address them.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I do like the accessibility of it and how you've taken some things from our initial accessibility where you have in progress and you have the symbols. That's very helpful. So thank you for that. Mayor McKay?
So I think forgot to mention that we received the funding for.
I did
Yeah.
forget to mention that. So we received on Friday, we received notice of success in our municipal innovation program grant. We're receiving $63,000 to carry forward with our HR services review with Kentville and Berwick. So we actually had everything in the can ready to go when we received notice. So everything has been filed with Doan Grant Thornton to start that engagement immediately. Thank you for the reminder.
Thank you. Thank you. This is an information report. So any more questions before Councillor Van Diekerk?
Just had one other question about the Al Whittle storm drain sidewalk improvement. I was just wondering if you knew when that was going to be repaired.
I don't have a date, but we have engaged a contractor, have the pricing finalized, but I can follow up with a date that they're going to start. It's likely the same contractor that's doing Kent. And so as they finish that, I suspect they'll just mobilize their crew downtown.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Palmer?
So the same contractor doing Kent, the one who's doing the sidewalks? And how is that project going, by the way? I haven't been up there in a little while.
I can report.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They're very diligent, and I was told by one of the guys that they would be done in about 10 days. Yeah, lots of gravel moving around.
If I can add to, it's not captured, I don't believe, in the specifically in the update to the ops plan, but an administrative change that we've made early in the spring is to establish standing offers for a number of the most common construction-like services that we use. That was done under Director Lake and our operations manager's guidance, so that way it'd be a little bit more administratively easy and timely to get qualified contractors for a variety of services to be able to have them applied to the various projects that we have in town versus having to go out to tender every single time for small and large.
I don't see any more questions, so we will move on from that. Thank you, CAO. We're moving on. I guess we've already had an update from Dan Stovall, but we have the information report on Kings Remo update, information report 016-2025. He pretty much went over a lot of that. So should I open it up to questions, or is anybody, we're good with that? Okay.
He's
I think
probably watching, so I don't.
He's probably,
Yeah.
thank you, Dan. She did such a good job on the presentation. We don't have any questions at this time. So thank you. All right. So now we're moving on to number 7, which is the CEO report. You are in the hot seat today, CEO Horn.
Doesn't feel any hotter than usual. It's yeah. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I'm just getting to my notes here. First and foremost, I neglected at the end of that last item on our ops plan to acknowledge staff, particularly in a time of transition, which we've been in, feels continuously over the last number of months. Staff have done everything under the sun. They've moved heaven and earth to keep us where we are in terms of delivering on the town's operations plan and our core mandate as well. So while a lot of this stuff, I've said before, while a lot of this stuff has my name or my title on it, it is not done by me. It is done by our incredible team who show the residents of the town of Wolfville each and every day how much value they can create. So I'm completely indebted to them on everything that's in the ops plan update, as well as the CAO report, and just want to acknowledge each and every one of them who have contributed to a huge body of work here at town. Just a couple of highlights, acknowledging that it is a long meeting, so I won't get into a lot of the details here, but I want to highlight a couple of things. 2 of our staff members, our community planner, Lindsay Slade, and our manager of communications and strategic initiatives, Barb Shaw, traveled to Bridgewater and Yarmouth recently to do a deep dive on microtransit. The experience solidified understanding of how small scale in-town transit solution could work here in Wolfville. And I can tell you they are tremendously excited to bring something back in the fall to council as we update the previous consultation report that was done with some ideas and suggestions how we could pilot something in Wolfville in the not too distant future.
Excited to say that.
Yeah. Wolfville water treatment plant phase 2 upgrades are now underway. Work is now underway with a combination of aeration upgrades coupled with construction of a 3rd aerated lagoon cell to improve performance. Mass excavation and embankment is expected to start in July and last for about 8 to 10 weeks. This includes removal of soil, fill, rocks, or other material to prepare the site for construction, followed by the importing of earth materials to prepare for the lagoon berms and foundation for the blower building. Importing of material to the site will result in an increase in truck traffic on Old Dyke Lane. And when those periods come, we'll communicate at that point in time as to what people can be expecting in terms of activity at the water treatment plant and near it. Just want to give a quick highlight to an adaptive program that we've recently initiated. Our recreation team has been exploring some adapted programming initiatives that have engaged with the Shift Super Happy Interactive Fun Time partnership, along with other local municipalities. This focuses on structured and unstructured recreational activities for individuals with neurodiversity. We ran our first program, Play in the Park, with L'Arche, who had 4 members join us, and we showed off the new Trio bike from the Rec Hub. We will have play in the park on the first Friday of every month, sitting volleyball on every Wednesday in July, and Challenger baseball every Monday in August. And this just shows some of the additional diverse opportunities that that our recreation program is putting out into the community. Staying with the Rec Hub, just a few stats. The Rec Hub has been an unbelievable success. Just in terms of it's only been launched since June 3rd. In the first 11 days, bikes were loaned out 207 times. So I can tell you we don't have 207 bikes. So the repeat business is incredible. 57% of loans have been provided to people from Wolfville, 22 are local from Nova Scotia, and 19 have been tourists from outside the province. Due to the population of the Rec Hub already, we are planning to launch online booking system website and extend the hours to Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 9 to 5. And that's just trying to keep up with the enthusiasm and the demand that our folks are seeing when they're working there. Crews moving into public works. Crews have started tree cutbacks and brush cutbacks around various intersections and signs. Folks would have noticed, I believe, the end of last week, cutback on the Bankhead Orchard. They've installed a new pad for an emergency generator at Cherry Lane for our one of our well pump houses. And crews were also trained by the installer of the bollards for the bike lane installs on Main Street. And this includes both the install and the seasonal maintenance and storage of those bollards. We'll go into park operations really quickly. Bike racks were installed at Hotel Wolfville, just in a parking stall on the street. The splash pad was set up and started for the current season. I believe that was on the 20th or 21st of June, and that's been a going concern, I think, every day since, with the numbers of residents who are visiting the splash pad. As well, Clock Waterfront, Roby Tufts Tower Skate Park, and the Post Office Park paths were scraped, weeded, and crusher dust added as needed. And then finally, going on to corporate services, how we pay for all of this fantastic activity. Quarterly water bills have been sent out in the mail. And year-end is the year-end file is complete, and finance will be working towards creating automated variance reports to share with departments each month, which will help with the creation of quarterly variance reportings to the audit committee. So despite some of the transition we're experiencing, we're still moving a couple of those key initiatives ahead on the corporate services side as well. So I'm not going to stop there. It was pointed out earlier that we neglected to respond to a number of the questions at committee of the whole and council from previous this month. I apologize for that. The questions had been prepared, and on final review, I neglected to add them to the report. But I have them here, and I'll give you a quick run through of them. On committee of the whole from June 3rd, we received 3 comments regarding uranium mining, which was discussed earlier here today. A question regarding the results of the town's survey on off-leash dog parks at Reservoir Park was also asked at that meeting, which, as you folks know, has been reviewed twice now, once at committee of the whole and once at council since that point. And as well, a question regarding the town's regulating of the sale of invasive plant species and our ability to restrict their sale at nurseries was also asked. So the town does not have the jurisdiction or the authority to restrict any plant sales at a plant at a commercial location throughout the province. So that's not something that the town can do. From council on June 17th, we received 2 further comments on uranium mining, and there was a question about the tide clock at Waterfront Park. So staff are working on an upgrade to the tide chart and the clock as we speak. So right now, what's there is not the permanent install. We're working on an upgrade to allow folks to have that chart and timing of the tide, I should say, when they're visiting Waterfront Park on a go forward. And that's it.
Thank you for all that fulsome update again, CEO Horn, along with your staff and all the work you do. Are there any questions? I see Councillor Butler.
It's a quick question. I don't know if it's for the CAO or if it's more for Director Lake. Underneath the planning applications in progress, if you're able to share, where on Front Street will a mixed-use building with 5 units go? If you're allowed to share. I had someone ask me.
Yeah, it's right next to Patty's in the rear parking lot of Starbucks.
In the rear parking lot of Salt.
Okay, Councillor.
Oh,
You-
right, that's it.
Councillor Palmer, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Was asked this question, I didn't know the other day. Or somebody asked me and I didn't know. I knew we tested for water, but how often do we test it?
I'll defer that one to Ms. Shaw.
Through the chair to the councillor, currently, the ponds at Reservoir Park are being tested once a week.
Okay.
It's usually happening on Tuesday. So I'm looking at my phone right now to get the weekly results. As you can understand, it's a point in time. So at that moment in time,
Right.
it's specifically for blue-green algae. And if we are not detecting, it's business as usual.
Right.
If we do detect anything concerning, we have a full process that we go through immediately, which would include signs at the location advising people of that.
And the other question I got is bike related.
Excuse me, Councillor Palmer, can I just follow up on that before you switch the
Yeah.
topics? Is that okay?
Good.
Okay. So if, like, as you said, you're trying to make the public, you're encouraged the public to be aware of actually what blue-green algae is. And since they're only testing once a week and that's on Tuesday, if somebody does see something, would that mitigate them coming back for a test on it? Would it possibly like have another check on it?
If we receive a concern from somebody in the community, we would follow up with Acadia immediately to see if Dr. Rand or her students were available to do that test. But if there was anything that seemed to be concerning, we would also likely issue notice to not go in the pond until we knew definitively one way or the other.
Sorry to, so it says till the end of September that you're testing it. When do they start? Is like May? I know you say warmer weather, so May until September or?
Testing is currently underway, so I think we've been testing for about 3 or 4 weeks now.
So we're looking into June, like it started, you said warmer weather, so,
Yes.
yeah, okay, thank you.
Can I just ask
To follow up to that, sure.
sorry, did you say you're only testing for blue-green algae or are you testing for other types of parasites, bacteria?
We have the ability currently for E. coli, but again, it's not overly comprehensive. In general, we are not guaranteeing the water quality. We're just doing this in partnership with Acadia. It was a program that they had been running. So we kind of use that as guidance for ourselves. Yeah.
Thanks.
Any more questions on the blue-green algae before Councilor Palmer? Nope, okay.
I think the scooter guy is gonna get some bikes and start renting bikes. Am I right in saying that?
Through the chair to the counselor. I did have correspondence with Brandon just yesterday, who is also known as the scooter guy. So unfortunately, they are having difficulty getting the additional bikes from overseas here. So it does look like the additional bikes are on hold for this season.
Thank you.
Councilor Van Niekerk?
Okay, mine was kind of bike related. You mentioned that the online booking for the Rec Hub was coming, but I believe it's available now. Because, right? The online book, yeah. So I had used the bikes before the online booking and then I was made aware of the online booking and went to use it to book some bikes in advance. And I found it quite challenging to do so. Just, it was difficult for me to see when e-bikes were available for a set period of time over dates. Like I'd have to put in hours and go not available, change the hours, not available, change the hour. You know, it's kind of like a guessing game, as so to speak. And it looked like nothing was available forever. Because you can book, well, it's open-ended. You could book e-bikes for eternity right now. So I was just wondering if you've seen any usage change since the online booking has come into effect.
I don't know if Nick, if it's too early to say if there's been usage change, or I'll hand it over to you.
Or am I just not using the online booking properly? Maybe it's user error.
This is on.
I think it's on or not. I do think it's a little too early. We only started the online booking, I think, the week of July, so last week. So we haven't got enough data to see whether but there's been no real noticeable change from what I can see in the, you know, how many of them are getting booked. You can go down to the rec hub and book one on site, but you're risking there not being something available if you do that. And we'd be happy to set up a tutorial.
I'm just wondering if people are kind of booking them a lot with the intention of kind of putting holds on them as opposed to actually using them, and if there's a way to kind of manage the booking process.
The only way that we've figured so far is to an honor system of people showing up, and if someone doesn't show up, then they sort of wouldn't be allowed to rent again until that was sort of.
Or people will book a bike for multiple days in a row, not quite knowing when they want to use it, and then then cancel it last minute, right? So it prevents other people from advance booking.
That may happen, but we would be sort of blacklisting people from doing, we've discouraged that kind of booking.
I had another question about something, oh, it wasn't a question, it was just a quick comment, actually. I just wanted to comment on how wonderful the Canada Day celebrations were in Willow Park, and just my kids had an awesome time. The Slip and Slide was fantastic. It was so nice to have good weather, and all the other families and people that I saw there were just saying how great of an event it was. So well done.
Thank you. That's great to hear.
Yeah, it was really good.
We were actually considering whether to stick at Waterfront Park, and we're really glad that we
So
moved
many
back to
people
Willow Park. It was
commented
so much
on
better.
How happy they were to have it back at Willow Park. Yeah. Thank you.
Mayor McKay, thanks. Yeah, I'll spin off that. Every person said how wonderful it was to have it there. The slip slide, all of the activities, the food, the washrooms, the VIC, everything was like so good. Catching tadpoles out of the pond, you name it, it was all awesome. I went through the mist. I didn't go on. Did you?
I was just there, yeah. That's
Oh,
Oak
yeah.
Creek.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I have a question on the waste receptacles and dog bags. Are they going in more places? Because I would say, from if I leave my home and I go from across Pleasant at Skyway Pleasant and go, if I'm walking to Reservoir, there are no garbages and no poop bag, dog, what is that? What for poop bag? Yeah, like with disposable bags. There is nothing along all of those trails on the west end. So I'm curious if you're looking at more of those. You don't have to answer that right now, but if you could put that on your radar. My other question was, the hours to the splash pad are 10 to 6. Is there an operational reason on why they're 10 to 6? Why they don't go? It's been stinking hot. So not everybody loves to go at the reservoir for whatever reasons, and water or swimming, but lots of people with little kids, 6 o'clock is early.
See them competing for who's gonna come to the mic.
You didn't want to come?
Yeah.
Answer my question. Just curious.
Through the chair to, pardon me, through the chair to Mayor McKay. Yes, Nick, let me answer this one. So this was a determination made by our previous director of engineering and public works, and it was a water usage issue. I think certainly we've had feedback suggesting that we would like, the community would like longer hours there, especially as heat increases. So if that's something, I'm sure staff could take that away and look at that.
Yeah, I've had feedback on that, just with littles, with human beings who are little people. Yeah, 6 o'clock is fairly early, especially if you're a working parent to get out the door and get there and all that good stuff. So, and it's so hot.
Well,
At 6, there's a lot of people still there at 6.
Yeah,
And
it's
they're
early.
like, when, 5 more minutes.
Yep.
so we'll look at
Okay,
an
thank
extension
you.
of hours through the hottest periods of the year. But as our manager of communications strategic initiatives just said, the splash pad does use a lot of water. So that is part of the consideration as well. But we will look at extended hours.
Councillor Williams?
Regarding the use of water, I'm surprised that it's not recycled.
That's a conversation for a different day on capital. Yeah, the price difference between a recycled water system and the regulatory framework associated with it is significantly more than what we have.
All right, I'm looking around the table and I don't, oh, Councillor Williams?
Trees. There aren't many gaps in my ignorance, and trees is one of those gaps. I'm surprised that the trees on Main Street have been planted so close to the roadway. They won't be long before they'll need to be trimmed. They also represent a hazard for traffic. In the unlikely or sometimes likely event that somebody will hit them. And already at least 2 are beginning to show evidence of dying. I'm just surprised at the location of those trees.
I'm not sure that that's something that we can provide comment on at the moment, but we can circle back on that and get a little bit more feedback for council.
Thank you, CEO. Did you have another question,
No.
Councillor? No, okay. Any more questions from council? All right, so we are pretty close to 12 o'clock. We are going to be breaking for lunch right now, so just call a half-hour recess? 10 minutes? What?
And all of adjournment?
No, just the approval of the reports. I thought we could at least get to.
I was told 12 o'clock, so we're just 5 after. I'm just because I know there's people that are going to be coming later at a specific time, but I have no problem pushing through if CEO and Warren thinks that it's fine.
If you'd like to go to the finish everything prior to in camera, that's fine.
Okay, then I am fine doing that. We can do that. All right, so we're moving on to 8. Committee reports internal. I'm looking at audit committee. Councillor Palmer, do you have any report on that, please?
Yeah, well, we held our meeting on July 4th. That's why it's not a written report, it was only last Friday. In the absence of a CFO, it was a fairly basic report. We addressed the expense accounts of everybody and with no questions noted. So that was our meeting.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, we will move on to the Equity and Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. Councillor Butler?
Our meeting was actually pushed from last night to the 14th of July, so I'll have a report for next time.
So no report. That was easy. Thank you. Planning Advisory Committee, Mayor McKay?
Is that submitted?
Are there any questions? No, thank you. We'll move on to external. IMSA for Valley Waste Kings Transit, Mayor McKay?
That is also as submitted.
Okay, any questions? Okay, we'll move on. Kings Point to Point, Councillor Elliott, is there anything to add? As submitted, any questions? Nope, move on. Wolfville Business Development Corporation, Councillor Palmer, is there anything to add?
I just will add that the VIC is going very well down there. So
Thank
I
you.
get good reviews from that from our from WBDC manager.
That's great. Great to hear. Any questions, Councillor Palmer?
Right, did Jeremy give you a little thing to read? I thought he was gonna give you something to
Some,
read.
some numbers?
Yeah,
He did. Do you want to read it? It's not really, I wasn't going to add that to the meeting, but I can.
oh, I just thought maybe you wanted to give that update to people, but.
Well, I think
Up to you.
Nick, he's probably given it to Nick though, I suspect.
Oh, I thought he wanted you to read it.
Oh, I can. You think you
Share-
can?
You can share it, yeah.
No, I can, I'll send it to Laura and Laura can distribute it. Okay. Okay, just a second, I've got it right here. Oops, one. Sorry. So I'll just read the whole thing here rather than edit it. In just 4 weeks this June, the Wolfville Visitor Information Center welcomed 256 walk-in visitors and hosted 451 wine bus guests, which sound like a lot to me, but that's pretty impressive. Even with the center only open 5 days per week, there's a steady rise in foot traffic week over week, with daily averages nearly doubling by mid-month. Most visitors reported coming for vacation, leisure, 84 for leisure, or day trips, 82 for day trips, with significant numbers simply passing through, total of 63 of those. When asked about attractions, local restaurant shops, and downtown experiences topped the list, 154 mentions, followed by wineries outside of organized tour, 103, hiking trails and scenic look-offs, 40, and ionic spots like Grand Pre, 26, and the tidal views, 37, made the list. The snapshot offers a clear view of the vibrant and engaged visitor base and may suggest opportunities to align services and availability with the rhythm of peak interest. And that's from Jeremy, who is our Director of Program Management, is also acting as manager of the VIC.
Thank you for those stats. Is there any questions on that? No? Okay, thank you for that. That is all of the external reports. We're moving on to number 10, which is public input. Is there anyone online for public input? Seeing none. CEO, I'm just wondering, would I just call a recess now, or do we motion to go into camera and we come back, we're in camera?
Let's call a recess now, and then when we come back together, we'll take the motion to go in camera.
Okay, so we'll have a recess, 12:30? 20 minutes? All right, welcome back. Well, okay, welcome back. We are reconvening our regular council meeting, and now I would request a motion to adjourn in camera under section 22-2E of the Municipal Governments Act. Can somebody move?
I do
Somebody?
that. I will move that we adjourn to in camera under section 22-2E of the Municipal Government Act for contract negotiations and public safety.
Thank you. A seconder in that? Councillor Williams, thank you. All those in favor?